I can do what I want when I want to do it. I can do what I need when I need to get through it. When I need someone else, can't be too proud for help, but gotta look after myself. Sometimes it can get lonely, never living in the moment. When the sun is shining, hope that I'm reminded, like how the clouds keep changing. I'm always steady rearranging, going back to the basics of what a good day is. What a good day is. And that's exactly what the day is. But it's exactly what you make it. So please don't go wasting. And I'll do the same, even if it's raining. How could I complain? And my feels got me feeling some type of way. You always free to take a break. Hope you feel what I felt. You gotta look after yourself. Sometimes it can get lonely, never living in the moment. When the sun is shining, hope that I'm reminded, like how the clouds keep changing. I'm always steady rearranging, going back to the basics of what a good day is. 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 And that's exactly what the day is.
All right, it is a good day, even though we have 5011 live streams starting the show. Oh my God, I don't know what's going on this morning, but you know what? As I just said, everything happens for a reason. So we're in here on this Wednesday morning. Y'all know what to do. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can see me. We're gonna go ahead and get into it. Ooh, we're looking all crispy and clean on the screen. Welcome, y'all. Welcome back to another YouTube live stream and another episode of the ClassE Morning Show. I'm your host, ClassE Beats, patreon.com/ClassE Beats, by the way. And we are going to get into it. We've got a lot of updates for y'all today. We've got some new news when it comes to Diddy. We got some updates on the sad, very sad young Scooter situation, and it's getting a little bit weird. They now arrested the woman who called 911 saying that it was a fake phone call. And then we're actually going to review the full 10-minute phone call to 911 as well. And then of course we're going to get into the TAY murder trial. We're going to start with opening statements, and then we should be able to get into some of day 2 today. But before we do, I gotta say what's up to the people, man. Shout out to the gang in here. I'm sorry, y'all. I apologize for the issues this morning. Taco Tuesdays up in here. We've got my awesome, amazing Amy. Y'all see her on the screen. Nosy Rosie's in here. We got Brown Sugar Babe. Michi's in the building. Oh, and thank you to Michi and Kara. I saw y'all drop the 2 bombs over on the initial live stream we had. So thank you, Michi, for the 2 bomb, and shout out to Kara Hampton in there as well. We got Amy with the cake in the building. Oh man, shout out to the cake, dropping the super sticker as well. Libby22 SC girls in here. Good morning. Valencia's in the building. We've got Stokes is up in here. What up? What up? Derek is back in the building. Good morning. Kyrese is in here too. Good to see you, Auntie. Shout out to Kyrese. Mr. Tesla, my guy, is in here as well. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get right into it. So I'm not gonna waste any more of y'all's time, but I do have one favor to ask. If you could, please make sure you like the video on your way in. Man, it's painful because that last live stream, already 100 of y'all had liked the video and I messed it up. So if I could get 100 more of you to like the video, I would appreciate it. Not only is it free, not only does it help the show continue to grow, but it lets the algorithm know that you guys are enjoying the show, and it shares the video and the channel out with more people. So if y'all could take 2 seconds and do that, I would greatly appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and get into our first topic today. And what are we talking about? So This whole situation with young Scooter, not only is it sad, but it's starting to get a little bit strange. And here's why. It's not because his cause of death was strange, although it was. And we got to hear from an orthopedic surgeon who said only 10% of the traumas that happen are that type of trauma that young Scooter suffered and eventually died from, which is laceration to his femoral artery. But when it comes to the situation surrounding it, the police initially saying he jumped over a fence and he hurt himself. And then they were saying he fell and he hurt himself. And now they were saying, oh, well, it's kind of both. And now we're hearing that he died in custody. There's a lot going into this. And now the APD has found the 911 caller. They were looking for the 911 caller because they believe she had something to do with the police showing up there in the first place. Does this have anything to do with what happened once the police got there? No. But it seems like there's, I don't know, a little bit of blame shifting here. I'm not going to get into it. I'm going to let y'all see the report and we'll go ahead and get it started. I want to go back and rewind a little bit and see what the initial report was. And you can hear from the orthopedic surgeon himself as to what actually happened.
Well, tonight, the GBI is labeling the death of Atlanta rapper Young Scooter as an in-custody death. His real name is Kenneth Edward Bailey, originally from Walterboro, South Carolina, but making a name for himself in the music industry in Atlanta. Condolences from some of the biggest artists continue to pour in. Rapper Meek Mill posting on X, R.I.P. Young Scooter, an ATL generational leader that helped keep a lot of energy pumping out and into ATL. Prayers for your kids, family, and whole Free Bands family. As many continue to remember him, there are some questions still. How Young Scooter ended up dying after being pursued by Atlanta police last night. 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn is live outside APD headquarters. And Cody, despite initial unconfirmed reports that spread like wildfire, APD says their officers never fired a shot.
That's right, Angelina. Now, what I can tell you is the only injury mentioned by APD was to Young Scooter's leg. They say he fell after jumping over a couple of fences. Now, just
That's
hours
what they
ago, I
initially
spoke to
said.
an orthopedic surgeon to get some context to how a leg injury could possibly lead to death. This was the scene on Friday night in the 200 block of William Nye Drive in the Lakewood neighborhood in southeast Atlanta. Police responding to a 911 call. APD Homicide Commander Lieutenant Andrew Smith.
Officers responded to a dispute with a weapon. It was advised in the call remarks that shots were fired and a female was dragged back into the location.
As officers tried to make contact with anyone in the home,
2 males fled out of the rear of the house.
APD says one of those men was Kenneth Bailey, better known as rapper Young Scooter. Lieutenant Smith says Bailey jumped 2 fences before officers caught up to him.
When officers located him on the other side of the fence, he appeared to have suffered an injury to his leg. There was no indication of anyone being shot. This appears that there was, when he fell, some type of fracture injury to the leg, which caused the bleeding.
Possibly
and the interesting thing about this too is that Young Thug actually put out a tweet. Again, Young Scooter was someone who was close to Young Thug and said that the autopsy report came back and that he had been shot. Now, I don't know if this was Young Thug just trying to call it before it happened. We do actually get some more information on what happened and what was the actual cause of death here. We're going to get to it shortly, but interesting to note. And I wonder why Young Thug said that in the first place.
Or breaking his femur, which orthopedic surgeon Dr. Craig Weil says isn't impossible.
Well, the femoral artery is quite large, and it could, if you broke your femur and it broke badly enough, the ends of the femur fracture could be sharp enough to cut the artery.
As
Could be.
for the fall,
It'd have to be a very hard fall.
something you don't often see.
No, you don't. It's
All right, so we have that report from the or not even a report, but just the opinion of an orthopedic surgeon. And now we have the official update from the medical examiner. And what did the medical examiner say? Fulton County Medical Examiner says no gunshot wound was found on the body of Kenneth Bailey, better known as Atlanta rapper Young Scooter. His injury was described as a penetrating wound to his right thigh that created marked blood loss. Interesting. His cause of death is listed as penetrating injury of the right thigh. His manner of death is listed as an accident. And you can see here, the comment from the ME says, Mr. Bailey sustained a penetrating injury of the right thigh that created marked blood loss. The injury was not a gunshot wound. Mr. Bailey injured himself on organic/wooden fencing and or woody debris after vaulting at least one fence. Again, I'm not trying to put on my tinfoil hat here and read into things, but this is an interesting statement that the medical examiner would say that medical examiners can see a lot of things, but how they would know this part, I don't know how the medical examiner would be able to see that. Again, that's just my opinion. So we have that. Now moving forward, the police are on the hunt for this female who called 911 in the first place and is the reason that they actually showed up. Now, the APD put out a statement, which also was interesting because they moved very fast when it came to this situation, which isn't something that we're used to seeing here in Fulton County and in the Atlanta Police Department. But what did they say? APD says on April 1st, 2025, 31-year-old Demetria Spence was taken into custody by the Atlanta Police Department and charged with transmitting a false public alarm under OCGA 1610-28. If serious bodily harm or deaths result from the response of a public safety agency. Oh my goodness. So she's looking at a serious crime because when she called the police and death resulted from that, and it was a false alarm, she could be held responsible. Interesting. It says Ms. Spence was wanted for her involvement in making a false 911 call regarding a person injured/deceased incident that occurred on, and they have the address there, on March 28th. Ms. Spence was transported to the Fulton County Jail for processing. All right, now we also, Ms. Spence, of course, being I don't even know if she's a millennial, but being someone in 2025, she had to go to the internet and talk about this, right? She just couldn't help herself. So she actually went on to IG Live, and apparently she's well known. She was a contestant on the show Baddies over on Zeus Network, which is interesting. We were talking about Zeus the other day, and she admits to making the call that led to young Scooter's death. Let's listen to this phone call and see what she says.
There's a reaction for every action. This is part A. You guys didn't have part A. You guys only had part B. And the narrative, it looks like I was trying to set this man up because you guys don't have part B. I'm giving you part B. I'm giving you what led up to the call. I was physically abused, so I called to protect myself. That's the issue. That's part A. I never had any intentions to get anybody hurt.
This is dumb.
I was the one that was getting hurt.
I want y'all to let me know in the comments in the chat. Which do you think is worse? Going to the internet and talking about something that went down involving the police, or talking to the police? Because at this point, I can't tell. And it seems like most people are doing both. They're talking to the police, they're going to the internet, they're doing podcast interviews and saying, hey, I got to get my story out. No, shut up. Why are you doing all this talking?
And I came here to say my truth. That's it. That's all. I don't want no clout. I don't want anything. All these troll pages, y'all don't know me. None of y'all know me at all. At the end of the day, I'm a woman.
Dummies.
And I was physically abused multiple times.
And that's her right there.
This is the bad bitch. You doing too much talking. And you not saying nothing.
You're gonna let her just interrupt you like that?
High class behavior here. Anyway, I don't want to get into that too much. It is what it is. So now, of course, the police, they found her. I mean, it wasn't hard to do. She went and she talked on the internet, so they got her. We're going to look at the mugshot here in a second.
We turn now to that breaking news in Atlanta. Police say the 911 call that led to the death of rapper Young Scooter was a lie. Police arrested the woman who made that 911 call earlier tonight.
Fox 5's Tom Haynes joins us with the details. Tom, what are we finding out?
Well, startling development considering the context of that call, Courtney and Russ. Atlanta police officers say that took the 31-year-old Demetria Spence into custody within the last few hours. Investigators now say that 911 call led to the death of 39-year-old rapper Young Scooter. This all started Friday in southeast Atlanta, where investigators say Spence told 911 operators there was something seriously wrong at a home on William Nye Drive. In audio obtained by Fox 5, Spence claims a woman with a child was bleeding and shots were fired.
Which apparently wasn't true.
You guys should get here quick because this girl he's really hitting her, and it's a child involved. This girl doesn't have on any clothes. They threw her outside. He was fighting the girl.
What?
Police now say Spence made that call from a 911 only phone, and it was a lie. When officers got to the home, they say the two men ran out the back door. One of those men was rapper Young Scooter, whose real name is Kenneth Bailey. Police say Bailey injured himself jumping over a fence, and today the medical examiner ruled Bailey died from a penetrating injury to his right thigh.
She lied, yes.
They say that his death was accidental. APD has stressed that social media posts claim Bailey was shot by officers. Well, that's false. The department has insisted no officers fired their weapons at the scene. Demetria Spence is now charged with transmitting a false public alarm. She's being held in the Fulton County Jail. Meantime, APD has not provided a motive for that call. But in the aftermath of what happened after that call was placed, someone wound up losing their life.
Yeah, a surprising turn of events with this situation. Tom, thanks.
Sure.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, very sad. Shout out to Tom. What I want to know is why. Was she there? Was she a neighbor? Was she involved or knew somebody who was at the house at the time? Where did she call from? So much information, but now we have the mugshot. We actually just got this a few hours ago. So such a weird story.
New this morning while you were sleeping, we got the mugshot of 31-year-old Demetria Spence, who Atlanta police say placed a fake 911 call that ended in the death
Looks
of
like two
Atlanta
different
rapper
people.
Young Scooter. Today, the woman charged with making that fake call before the events that led to the rapper's death will go before a judge. 31-year-old Demetria Spence is currently in custody at the Fulton County Jail, and that is where we find 11 Alive's Karis Belger. Karis, let's talk about what charges is Spence facing.
Well, Spence is charged with transmitting a false public alarm. She's scheduled to have her first appearance at noon today. Police
so we will hear about that today.
Earlier this week, asking for the voice of the woman who made those 911 calls to be identified. Later, they say Spence was taken into custody. Young Scooter, whose legal name was Kenneth Bailey, died from injuries to his leg, according to the medical examiner. A statement says he, quote, punctured his right thigh, which led to blood loss. Now, police say they were called to a home on William Nye Drive Southeast on March 29th about a dispute and a report of a woman being dragged into a home. The caller, who police say was Demetria Spence,
why would she say that?
Gunshots. Atlanta police say officers knocked on the door of the home and a man opened the door before closing it in their faces. Officers say then two men, including Bailey, left the home and jumped a fence. And officers say they were not able to corroborate the claims made in those 911 calls. Here's a little bit of that audio.
The situation that's going on right now.
And we're going to listen to the whole thing.
Clothes. They threw her outside. He was fighting the girl. It sounded like they were fighting over drugs. And they started shooting. But the house needs to be investigated. They're definitely doing illegal stuff over there.
They're doing illegal stuff
Atlanta
over there.
Police have released a statement, and they reiterated in that statement that they did not fire their weapons during their interaction with Bailey or any of the others, nor did they use force. Right now, the incident is still under investigation. I'm Karis Belger, 11 Alive News.
All right, Karis.
All right, shout out to Kara. So what do y'all think about this? What do you think the reason is that she told this story, this straight up lie? And that's what the police are saying. And how is she connected to Young Scooter or somebody, whoever was at the house? I have no idea. None of this makes any sense, especially with the way Scooter passed. with him running. And there must have been something going on, but what happens? I don't know. We're going to find out. There's going to be a hearing for Demetrius Spence at noon. So we'll be up to date on that. Y'all make sure if you haven't yet, subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any updates. Let me know what you think about this in the comments and in the chat. Oh my goodness. Y'all see that mugshot? Ooh. Y'all say you're not judging. I'm a judge. Shout out to the super chats in here, man. We got Libby22 SC Girl. Just dropping the 5 bomb, showing some love. Thank you, Libby. I appreciate the continued support. Thank you for doing that. We've also got Kara Hampton in here as well, dropping the 5 bomb too. And Kara, I did see your super chat on the initial live stream. Thank you for that 2 bomb from you and Michi as well. I appreciate that. And you're always showing up and showing some love and support too. I will be reading super chats throughout the show. So thank you to everybody who's supporting. Scooter looks tall enough to jump a standard fence with no issues. I mean, I don't know if we'll ever really know. I'm not really questioning the cause of death. It's just a lot of weird things coming out. And when you see it in real time, some things just, it seems like they're not adding up. Which part of it? I guess we won't know until we get to the hearing. Sounds like she may have been involved with one of the men who she had a falling out with and did a SWAT call on him to get him in trouble. Shout out to DeAndre over on Facebook, watching over on Facebook. Hope the pettiness was worth it. That's sad. Amy said Final Destination type ish. Ooh, have y'all seen if you're a Final Destination fan, have y'all seen the trailer for the new Final Destination that's coming out? Oh my goodness. That's going to be wild. Anyway, let's get into the next part of the show. This one is going to be interesting. So shout out to, let me make sure I get this right. Shout out to Cat Not Williams. Cat Not Williams actually got us access to the full 911 phone call from Demetrius Spence, the person who called 911 the night that young Scooter died. So we're going to go ahead and listen to this full phone call. Y'all let me know what you think about this. Interesting.
Atlanta 911 operator 8715. What is the location of your emergency?
The location is 27.
With the transfer. 1 second, ma'am, for 273 William Nye Drive, Southeast.
273 William Nye?
Yeah.
No, it's 273 William. Oh, you said Nye, NYE, right?
Yeah.
Sounds like she was a woman scoring. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you to Cab. Hello, caller.
You're welcome.
Hi.
Do you need police, fire, or EMS?
Actually, both. If you could say both. There was literally a shooting. The house, literally the neighbors next door, the house of the address that I just gave.
Nasty work.
273. There is literally a whole domestic dispute going on. There's like 7 guys that live in this house. And
What's your name?
I'm sorry, what is my name?
Okay. Okay. Tell me exactly what happened.
Okay, so I'm the neighborhood watch, and basically like I said, these guys they're like selling drugs in and out of the house. All you see is guys coming in and out of the house with guns and stuff. They holding guns in the air.
Well,
and then it's like, I'm not sure if they're pimping, but it's the situation that's going on right now. This girl doesn't have on any clothes. They threw her outside. He was fighting the girl. He literally fought the girl. I'm not sure what they was fighting over.
I'm not going to lie. This kind of sounds like a regular night in Atlanta. In some places in Atlanta, not my neighborhood, thank God. But I could see this happening. So, I mean, the police are saying it was a false alarm. With her saying it seems like they had drugs or stuff going on at the house, it seems like that might be a likely part of the story, because if not, why did Scooter and the other dude run? Because that part doesn't make sense to me either. Y'all were asking that in the comments. Why did they run? I mean, it's not because, they were having a Bible study. I should laugh about it. It's not because they were having Bible study and they're like, oh man, they're going to get us for reading the word in here. Something was going on there.
If they was fighting over drugs, that's what it sounded like. It sounded like they were fighting over drugs.
Kyrese knows
And
what's
then
up.
they started shooting. She had someone come over there, and they started shooting. But the house needs to be investigated. They're definitely doing illegal stuff over there, and it's disturbing the area.
How many shots were fired?
I would say 3. It was 3 shots.
When did it happen?
It's happening now.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe the girl is hurt.
And they're coming from 273 William Nye Drive?
Yes. And the girl is hurt because she was like bleeding profusely, like blood everywhere.
Okay, now. Okay. This might be where she gets in trouble.
Yeah, she's trying to get away and they're holding her. She's being held hostage. Like they brought her, the guy that was fighting her, she ran outside naked and then he was fighting her outside. And then there was another commotion. She tried to get away. He dragged her back in the house. So now they're at the door, literally fighting. She's trying to get out. And he's refusing to let her out. And it's like 7 guys in the house.
Again, hey, illegal activity, dude fighting the chick. I mean, again, shout out to the APD. I know that she's gonna have a hearing today. They're saying it was a false report. We still haven't seen the evidence, and I'm gonna say she's innocent until proven guilty. I could see this happening. I maybe have seen it happen. I don't know. This is really a 911 phone call. Yes.
Okay. Give me one moment.
She does sound like she's talking to her friend though. Yeah, and I saw her, and she was.
There's also a child in danger as well because she has a baby.
Amy said this is a 119 call.
Okay, you said the female is naked?
She said naked.
She's naked, and she's bleeding profusely from her head.
Oh, girl, she naked? Yeah. And he pulling her by her hair. Oh, shoot.
Can you give me a description of the male?
The male is like has like a caramel complexion, low hair.
Butt
He's
naked.
white, Hispanic, or Asian?
He's black and he drives.
What color shirt and pants do he have on?
Blue, regular blue jeans and like a regular like.
Only
t-shirt.
in Atlanta.
I'm not sure. I didn't really get the. Okay, I'm not sure if it was blue or black.
Okay, dark t-shirt. And what about the female?
She's light skinned and she has black hair. She's probably about 5'3", 130 pounds.
What?
She thick. 5'3", 130. Goodness.
And you said she's naked.
And she naked. What is going on at the house?
Okay, give me one moment. Let me get EMS on the line.
Okay.
You said call everybody. She naked, Les.
You have reached Grady EMS. Do not hang up. Your call will be
Yeah, the 911 operator was over it. She said, hey, black, white, or Hispanic? Is it your baby daddy? Does he owe you money? He forgot to pay the light bill, didn't he? Okay. What's his name? Just tell me his name.
You have reached Grady EMS. Do not hang up. Your call will be answered in the order received.
She's describing herself. She's looking in the mirror. She's got her left eyebrow is a little bit higher than the other one. Brown, like chocolatey brown eyes.
You have reached Grady EMS. Do not hang
Hello,
up.
ma'am. Can you tell me what they're doing right now?
Right now they're still battling. She's trying to get out, and the person is refusing to let her get out.
So they're battling this whole time while she's on the phone.
You have reached Grady EMS. Do not hang up. Your call will be answered in the order received.
And it was in DeKalb County too. Naked, 5'3", light skin in Atlanta. That describes half of Decatur.
Okay, Grady, it's Atlanta with a transfer to conflict deposit 273 William Nye Drive, Southeast. Let me give you a little bit about what's going on at this location. There's a male at the location that's fighting a female. She is naked. A shooting. Shots were fired. About three shots were fired.
Repeat the address for me.
273 William Nye NYE Drive, Southeast.
Oh, okay. Tell me exactly what happened.
I said she naked.
Let her know what happened.
Hello.
Well, before I get into that, is this a business house or an apartment?
This is a house, and I think you guys should get here quick because this girl he's really hitting her, and it's a child involved. There is like 7 guys in the house, and they all have guns. You guys need to hurry and get here before she doesn't make it.
Ma'am, we already have help organized for her. What's the phone number you're calling from? Exactly what happened?
There's a situation going on in this house. There's 7 guys that live here, and they're basically, I'm not sure if they're running some type of sex traffic. This individual, she's a 5'2",
she's giving a lot of detail.
Female, black hair. She ran outside naked, bleeding from her face. She tried to get away. She was dragged back into the house, and they're holding her hostage. And then there was a baby involved. So this situation is really serious, and he's punching her. If you guys don't get her, she's going to be really hurt.
Dang, and she's it's interesting. She's keeping her story together. So I don't know. What do y'all think?
What's your operator number?
She said there was a baby involved.
Base 715.
And you already have PD en route?
PD has been notified and it's being started.
Okay, stand by for
What's
fire.
your operator?
Boy, they're moving kind of slow though. This makes me nervous.
Stand by. I'm not sure if the protocol has been requested.
Okay.
Ma'am, are you with the patient now?
No, I'm a neighborhood watch. I'm just literally a neighborhood watch. I'm not in the house.
She said she's the what? The neighborhood watch in DeKalb County. What? All right now.
Oh no.
She said I'm 5'3", 130.
Think she is?
She has to be about maybe.
Oh man.
She looks a little underage, but I don't want to say that. You know, looks can be deceiving. So she's roughly, I'll say between.
Where they got neighborhood watch at in DeKalb?
And 21, somewhere between that.
Is she awake?
What do you mean? Is she awake? He's beating her bloody.
Conscious?
He's beating her bloody. I'm not. He's dragged her back in the house.
Is she breathing?
Ma'am, he dragged her back in the house.
Okay, I understand that. I'm going to ask you some more questions. I understand you're not able to see what exactly is going on now, but just answer the questions to the best of your ability.
Okay.
Were any weapons involved?
Everyone in the house has weapons.
Y'all are being petty in the chat.
The 7 guys that live there, they're roommates or something like that. I don't know if all 7 lives there, but it's typically about the same amount that's there every day.
Okay. Is there any serious bleeding?
She's bleeding from her face, like the whole front of her face. She's bleeding profusely, and then there's a child involved.
Okay. Is she responding normally?
Are you serious, ma'am?
Yes, I'm serious.
She said,
I need to know from the paramedics if she's completely alert.
Dang.
How can I assess if she is alert?
Any
if
prop
I just
guns?
Told you they dragged her back in the house.
So, like I've asked earlier, just answer to the best of your ability.
What
She
is
was
going on
breathing
in
when
this
she was
neighborhood?
outside trying to get away.
Hello, caller. If you don't know, you can just say unknown. That'll
Okay.
suffice.
Okay. Okay.
That dispatcher's trying to get off of the phone.
Breathing?
I don't know.
Thank you for that. Atlanta's not requesting for fire to go out there.
Okay, we do have PD started to this location. 2 officers are en route.
I'm clear on 2 officers en route. Thank you.
All right, Atlanta is disconnecting. All right, thank you, caller.
Okay, ma'am, I'm sitting.
She said, thank you, caller. All right, shout out to the neighborhood watch in DeKalb County. What do y'all think about this, man? I don't know. Honestly, this story might sound wild to some. It sounds like a regular night, especially a Friday night in Atlanta. I want to know what y'all think about this. Let me know in the comments and in the chat. Shout out to the super chats, man. This lady is tripping. What Amy say? She said, you talk about looks can be deceiving. Ma'am, have you seen your mugshot? Dang, Amy. My God, Sean P has been in here for 6 months. Dang, he said, can we really trust APD? No. After we've witnessed so much craziness during slime trials and others, absolutely not. And listen, when it comes to the police, I have nothing against the police. But what I do understand is they have a job to do. And a part of the job that they have to do can cause you to mistrust them in certain ways. I trust them to respond. And if I need help with something or I have an emergency, I trust them to be there. If there's a possibility that I could be held responsible for something or the situation might look a little bit iffy, I don't. And that's just the nature of what the police officer's role is. So I think most of them get it. Well, the ones I've interacted with, they get it and they understand. But when it comes to APD specifically, it's funny. I left this comment on X when I first saw this. And I first saw that Miss Spence was arrested. And I said on X, I said, man, this feels like a cover up. I'm smelling cap. And then someone said, of course you don't believe the police. You wouldn't believe anything they say. And I said, yeah, absolutely. Why would I believe them? When it comes to the police, I want to see evidence. I want to see what happened. I want to see reports. I want to see body cam footage. Because they're not giving us the full story in the first place. So no, they have a job to do. And part of that job isn't in the best interest of the people in some cases. So I get it, but man, no, I ain't trusting them. No offense to APD. I appreciate the work that they do, but nah. Shout out to all the 5'3", 130 pound ladies out there. Shout out to Hillia, says she can get into serious trouble for lying. Yep, and we mentioned it in the last segment, especially when it comes to someone's life being lost during this. That is not going to be good. Let me read a couple more comments and then we will get into our next topic here. Yeah, something was off. We just want to see everything. We just want to know. I want to see the evidence. Sean P. He said 5'3", 130 pounds is wild. Hey, let him live, Sean. You know, some people like them thick. 5'3", 130s. Yeah. Can't believe we're having this conversation. They're going to put Viverito, the gang expert, on this one. She did such a good job with the YSL trial.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, she was probably in the bushes somewhere watching them. Demetria looked like a hot mess. You're right, Amy. What did Amy say? I got to go back and read her comment. She said looks can be deceiving. Girl, have you seen your mugshot? Sheesh, Amy, come on now. You know, there has been speculation that this was a swatting call. I heard that report. I hope this man didn't lose his life over a prank. Well, he lost his life because he was dumb and ran from the police. Let's be 1000% clear. Now, can you say, okay, well, if she hadn't called the police, then he wouldn't have ran and he wouldn't have jumped over the fence? Yes, but I'm not going to hold, well, the law might, but I personally am not going to hold this chick responsible for young Scooter making a dumb decision and running from the police. I know that's going to be hard for some people to hear, but it's the truth. So yes, if this is true that she didn't, that what she was saying was a lie, is she going to be held accountable? Yes, but it is not her fault, in my opinion, that This man ran out of the house, jumped 2 fences, and it didn't work out the way he wanted to. Oh man, see, now we talking about weight in the chat. Y'all do not put your weight in the chat. Ladies, y'all should know better. Don't do that. Sean P says, I love thick thighs, laugh out loud. She was very specific. Yeah. 5'3", 130 pounds. Amy says something was off. Yeah, like her wig and makeup. Dang, Amy is, golly. Everybody can't look like you, Amy, all right? Dang. Amy's out here cooking this lady. I mean, you're not wrong, though. Too much detail. It's the law. People still do swatting calls. Yes, they do. Mm-hmm. Sean P said, my bad. Pacific. Yeah, you have to be Pacific. All right. As much as I'm enjoying the weigh-in here in the chat, we're going to move into the next topic. Couple more comments. Let's see. Amy says, if you're found guilty of giving a false statement to the police or a police officer in Georgia, you may receive a fine up to $1,000, a prison sentence between 1 and 5 years. What? Or both in Georgia. Oh my goodness. Yo, that's crazy. Yeah, don't worry about Amy, Mr. Tesla. I'm gonna take care of that. We'll be good. We'll be good. 598 people getting motion finally. Oh, thank y'all for liking the video too. Shout out to the nearly 600 of y'all that are in here. Could you please take 2 seconds and like the video? It's free, y'all. Come on, man. It's free. It really does help the channel out. It's one of the biggest ways that you can support this channel. So if y'all could take 2 seconds, pause, like the video, and then you'll still be right here. This is charged as a felony, not a misdemeanor, Amy. Oh my goodness. Well, hope it was worth it. If what the police are saying is true. Again, that's up for the debate. All right, let's see what's going on with Diddy. Y'all know it wouldn't be a week here on the channel if we didn't have an update about Diddy or Tony Busby or Alex Spiro or Jay-Z. So we got to see what Diddy has going on here, because it looks like we have some new updates when it comes to what happened with these freak offs that Diddy was having. And a new accuser is coming forward and stating that they know some of the things that happened behind the scenes, what went on, who they saw there. And it gets really interesting. So let's go ahead and get into this report from TMZ and see what's happening.
It is an actual lawsuit filed by an attorney in federal court about Diddy and an alleged freak-off that went down in Miami in April 2015. So exactly 10 years ago. They say this was a party for Diddy's son, King Combs, but all the names involved here are huge. Talking Beyonce, Jay-Z, LeBron James.
LeBron James, oh
now,
no.
And all of those people are just witnesses, according to this lawsuit.
And strangely enough, Gloria Estefan.
The
rhythm is going to get you, Gloria Estefan.
Yes.
That's
and
crazy.
her husband, Emilio.
Yes. And now, again, all witnesses. Emilio is actually a defendant in this lawsuit, along with Diddy. But here is the story, as told by a man named Joseph Manzaro in this lawsuit that we obtained this morning. He says that he showed up at this party, or woke up at this party, and didn't understand how he got there, that he's insinuating clearly that he'd been drugged, but woke up and at one point saw Gloria Estefan and Emilio Estefan, and Gloria is saying, hey, we need to get him medical help because he's too drugged up.
Get an ambulance, get him out of here.
And according to Manzaro, Emilio steps in and says, no, we're not doing that, and shoves Gloria out of the way, and then they take this guy through a tunnel from the Estefan's house to Diddy's home. Now, this is on Star Island in Miami. They do actually live near each other. So that part of it is, that's a fact that anybody can find. Sure. But what happened once he got into this party at Diddy's house is outrageous. And
it gets wild, y'all. Get ready.
I know we're supposed to take every lawsuit seriously because we don't know. We weren't there.
Wait. No. Stop the cap. No. I know this is a weird place to stop this, but I 1000% agree with this statement. I will never, ever take a lawsuit seriously until I see some evidence. We're supposed to take every lawsuit seriously? No, these things are too easy to file, too easy to move forward, too easy to waste somebody's life, time, put their job at risk. For the system is not at a place to where we can say we're supposed to take every lawsuit seriously. No. I disagree with that 1000%. Maybe y'all don't. Let me know what you think about that idea in the comments in the chat. That's a crazy and dangerous statement, in my opinion.
The Gloria
not taking a
Estefan
lawsuit
part,
seriously. Not a lawsuit.
That's just the start. How Beyonce gets involved. So listen to this. He says that at one point he's being walked around the party and he looks up and sees Beyonce. And she says, "What's this? What's this all about? Why is this half-naked white man with a blank mask," another word for penis, mask, standing here in front of me?
Yeah, apparently they put on him a penis mask on his head. So he's wearing almost no clothes, according to his lawsuit, and a penis mask. And that was a jarring sight for people.
And LeBron James also saw him at one point and said, "Y'all better do something about that." It goes on.
But hey, we're supposed to take all lawsuits seriously, guys. Come on, brother. Are you serious? Oh man,
there's more.
Let me find out Tony Busby's behind this lawsuit. I will lose my mind.
One hell of a story.
Yeah, look, this is one of the most shocking lawsuits I've read. If this had been the first Diddy lawsuit, our jaws would be on the floor, but there's a quality to it that sounds like almost a screenplay being written, because he says he was lapsing sort of in and out of consciousness, and he's hearing voices of celebrities throughout this lawsuit. There's obviously the mask that he says he was wearing and being degraded and humiliated. There's also a bit of a Mad Libs quality of the other defendants. There's people who have sued Diddy before. A woman named Audrea English is a defendant in this lawsuit. She's been a plaintiff in another lawsuit against Diddy. So it's hard to make heads or tails of this, if this is just so late in the game that it's someone who is very familiar with the people and the players in Diddy's life that they could put together a lawsuit,
or if it's something that
happened.
Or if it's something that happened and the reason that you recognize the names is they are people
who are really in Diddy's circle.
Who were in Diddy's circle. It also mentions a guy named Brendan Paul, who you'll recall when the raids went down, was arrested by the authorities and charged as basically allegedly being a drug mule for Diddy. He is mentioned in this lawsuit as well and is actually one of the defendants. So
I will say one of the good things about a lawsuit like this is there's a lot of potential witnesses, and they'd have to all be on the same page and all lying about the same thing. It's harder to do than sort of lawsuits that are built around a private setting where it's he said, she said. This would, the guy says it happened at a party, so there would presumably be people who could verify it or say it didn't happen.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems. You're right. When you mention all those people, they may all have alibis.
Well, Jay-Z certainly seems to have one.
Yeah.
So Jay-Z has mentioned that he's there with Beyonce, but we know that Jay-Z was in New York.
Yes.
The night that it was supposed to be. Now,
the night of King Combs of his birthday, which happens to be April 1st. Happy birthday.
Is it possible that he got on a private jet afterwards in New York?
Now, come on, let's not do that. Let's just call it for what it is. It's straight BS.
Stop the cap.
And when are we going to stop giving these type of suits the benefit of the doubt? Why? Why would this person say something in a legal document that is clearly, as they're saying, Jay-Z was nowhere near that area? Why would they say something in this legal document that is clearly a lie? Again, this is why I said, I got to see the receipts. I got to see the evidence. And I'm not going to take these allegations in a lawsuit seriously until we get to a certain point. Because for someone to be able to say something in a lawsuit that is blatantly false, blatantly untrue, easily provable to be a lie, that means this system is way messed up. And it's scary, man. It's so scary. And now they're getting the promotion that they wanted. TMZ's talking about it. You've got these celebrities again having their, and well, I don't want to say they had integrity to begin with, but their integrity, their reputation put at stake. And LeBron James, as much as I'm not a LeBron James fan, they keep trying to drag this guy down. And it's just weird to me. And it's unfortunate that the law works this way.
And flew down there, possible. But
yeah, I don't know. LeBron James, I don't know. Look, he was playing for the Cavaliers at that point.
Yeah.
Though I did look on the schedule from 2015. The Cavs were playing the Miami Heat. So on April 2nd, so maybe he would have been Look, these are all allegations, very wild allegations laid out in this lawsuit. As Derek said, there are elements of it that sound like some of the other lawsuits. But we have not heard a response back from Diddy at this point.
Well, no, Diddy's attorneys said
that
it not credible at all. This complaint demonstrates the depraved lengths plaintiffs will travel to garner headlines in pursuit of a payday. No sane person reading this complaint could credit this story. It goes on to say basically that he's looking forward to his day in court when he's going to get to prove all this wrong, which is something that we hear over and over again for all of these lawsuits.
Because we've seen.
Yeah, and then I think the thing that I hate about this, and let's just call it what it is. You have so many people out here on YouTube, on X, that just want to see some of these people go down. And I hope they get that hate out of their hearts. And it's sad to see. They'll take this and they'll say, oh, well, he did something. No, that still doesn't justify people just being able to bring out these false allegations from them. They just did something. Sentiment it's terrible. And I pray I will never be involved in a situation like this, but that somebody out there is willing to call out the BS. Not, oh, well, we got to take all lawsuits seriously. Oh, well, there's something here. Maybe there's lies. No, this is BS. Throw it away. I'm not buying it. Whoever it is. It's a shame, man. I hate that these YouTubers and people over on X, y'all know who they are. There are people who are still trying to prove that the lawsuit Jane Doe and Tony Busby had against Jay-Z is true. That's how sad the situation is and how damaging it can be to somebody's reputation. It's weird. I don't
seen dozens of them. And remember,
I know I'm
the
good.
Federal
Andy's
cases,
got me.
the criminal case is going to go first. That starts
disgusting,
in May.
Man.
And then whatever after the outcome of that, then all of these lawsuits that we've been telling you about for months and months now, then Diddy will start dealing with all of those.
Presumably, though, if he was found not guilty in the federal case, that makes it harder for these other cases in terms of the jurors' minds, even if it legally is not supposed to.
Right.
Hi, I'm Tiffany from St. Louis, currently joining you from San Francisco. I think that there might be a few truths thrown in there somewhere.
See? I haven't watched this video, y'all. I did not know this lady was going to say this. This lovely lady here. What is that? Oh, I think there's some truths in there. This is the sentiment of so many people out there. And again, I pray and I know I move a certain way, so I would never put myself in a situation like this. I pray I will never have to deal with something like this because I'm sure she's a very smart lady. You have people who just because they don't like somebody, just because they think they're a celebrity, is saying, oh, I think there's some truths there. Ugh.
In terms of the jurors' minds, even if it legally is not supposed to.
Right.
Hi, I'm Tiffany from St. Louis, currently joining you from San Francisco. I think that there might be a few truths thrown in there somewhere to some of these allegations, but this one almost seems like a fan fiction or like there are parts of it that just seem a little fabricated. Like word salad, all the celebrities thrown in there. And usually it comes back that they weren't even anywhere near the area. It might be a strategy by his lawyers, but who knows?
Some of those quotes are hard to believe. But by the way,
I'm sorry for my face right now. I gotta fix my face, as grandma used to say. Because that just really disgusts me. That's the first thing, your first thought. Oh, there's some truths there. Why? What truths? What truths are you seeing there?
the way, Gloria Estefan comes across great.
Yes, she was trying to help him. She was trying to help
him. She's the best person in the whole thing. And by the way, we should remind people that if you want to learn more about Diddy's defense, there's this great TMZ documentary called The Downfall of Diddy, His Defense, available for free right now.
Yeah, we got to check that one out too. Shout out to TMZ for this. We actually have some updates from TMZ when it comes to this lawsuit too that I want to share with y'all. Listen to this. Of course, we have LeBron James speaking out about this lawsuit. What does he say? A spokesperson for LeBron James tells TMZ that this is demonstrably false and doesn't even merit a report or response. I agree. A basic internet search shows what LeBron was doing all of April of 2015. He was playing basketball for the Cleveland Cavaliers and never in Miami. Brian Bieber, attorney for Brendan Paul, tells TMZ, is this an April Fool's Day joke? If someone seriously filed this lawsuit, the allegations against Brendan are 100% false and literally impossible to have occurred. Brendan was still in high school in Ohio at the time, having never even set foot in West Palm Beach in his life. What? It's unfortunate that anyone who pays the filing fee and gets directions to the courthouse can file a frivolous lawsuit. This is exactly what I said. We will be seeking an immediate dismissal of the case and appropriate sanctions. And I hope, I pray that the system changes. And I pray that the person who filed this and their attorney is held responsible as well. And of course, you know, Alex Spiro, we know who he is. He said, Mr. Carter wasn't in Florida at the time to witness this incident. He was engaged in easily findable public activities that prove he was not at this event. This is more nonsense that erodes the trust in our justice system. On a scale from 1 to 10, y'all tell me in the comments, when it comes to what you've seen reported here on this channel, what you've done in your own research, what you've experienced for yourself, what is your confidence in the justice system as a whole? We've seen so much abuse of power. We've seen so many double standards. You get subpoenaed as a regular person, you have to show up. You get subpoenaed as a district attorney, maybe not so much. And it just keeps piling on and on and on and on. The justice system does do well in some instances. We've seen it in cases that we've reported on here. But man, it's at an all-time low. I see a negative 10 in the chat when it comes to our faith in the justice system. So I don't know what's going on. And then, of course, we have a representative for Gloria and Emilio Estefan says, Gloria and Emilio strongly deny the allegations made. The property in question was never a home where Gloria and Emilio resided, but it was rather a house they owned for family to use. There were no parties thrown at that property between 2012 and 2019. We have all necessary documentation to support these facts and will provide it to court. And again, the system is so garbage that you just get to make these claims and someone has to show up to court. It's sad, man. I'm over it. We're going to move on. Y'all let me know what you think about this in the comments and in the chat. Shout out to the gang. Oh my God. Like, how is this possible? Shadow Fox says 3 out of 10. They're more focused on winning than finding out the truth. And we've seen these ADAs and these prosecutors in these cases that actually go to court. And I'm like, man, where do they find these people? When I go into a trial, obviously I'm believing the person's innocent until proven guilty, but the way these prosecutors conduct themselves is just absolutely garbage. Absolutely terrible. And it's hard hard to watch and see in some cases. All I can do is shake my head on the justice system. As a whole, honestly, maybe like a 3 out of 10. Really, like they do get it right sometimes, but like this rings loud, man. Yeah, I agree. The DAs are weirdly desperate for a big case. I know. We're going to talk about, not today, but in the coming days, once more information gets out right here in Fulton County. Y'all, if you've been watching the content, you know, as soon as we saw everything go down with that press conference that the APD held about Lil Baby and the shooting that took place at his music video filming, I told Lil Baby, I said, you get out of Atlanta because 4PF is next. Well, it turns out that we were right. We called it. And they've been looking into 4PF, and we may have a 4PF Lil Baby Rico coming out. So stay tuned for that. Y'all know we're going to be reporting on it here. What else did y'all say? Them shoes are ugly. Y'all talking about the shoes on the TMZ article. I know. I got to figure out a way to get rid of these ads. They just want to bring black people down. Never heard anything about the old white Playboy guy who was smashing all them young girls in freak off. Hey, yo. Oh, man. Yo, that's crazy. I think we live in a lawsuit happy society, unfortunately. Yeah, people know, as it was mentioned here by whose attorney was it? I think it was Alex Spiro. It says this is more nonsense that erodes our justice system. No, it was here we go. It was the attorney for Brendan Paul. It's unfortunate that anyone who pays the filing fee and gets directions to the courthouse can file a frivolous lawsuit. It's scary, man. It's scary. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and keep it moving. Again, thank you to everybody who's liked the video. Over half of you have liked the video so far. We got 600 of y'all watching. If you could, please make sure you take 2 seconds and like the video. I would appreciate it. It means a lot to this channel. We're going to go ahead and get into the TAY murder trial. All right, we've got opening statements here. We're going to hear from both sides. As y'all well know, we did a review and tried to figure out why TAY got here in the first place. If you missed that, I'll leave the link to the video in the description so y'all can go back and watch that and get up to date. Now we have the day one opening statements, and we're actually going to hear from some witnesses today as well. And then we should be able to get into day two later on this afternoon. But y'all check this out and let me know what you think. Let's go.
Both sides are admonished to the fact that any potential witnesses that you think may be called as a witness need to be excused from the courtroom.
Yes. I just ask if the court might inquire if there's anyone who thinks that fits their description. I don't see anyone that I recognize, but just to help.
Is there anyone present here who has any information about this case that have been contacted either by the state or the defense and you think you may be a witness? If you are that person, then you need to step outside the courtroom. The rule has been invoked for this trial, and what that means is you are not allowed to listen to any testimony in this case by any other witness by any means. Does everyone understand?
And Judge, if I may,
she says she gotta go.
The victim is present. She will be a witness during this trial. This portion of opening and reading the indictment is argument and not testimony. So we'd ask that she be able to view at least the opening. And
that seems fair.
And compliance of this guilt innocence case.
I certainly won't have objections to closing once the evidence is fully in, but I think that given that she's a witness, that it would not be appropriate for her to receive the opening statement either.
But the opening statement is not from a witness, and an opening statement is not evidence. It's just what both parties, if either party decides to give it.
Yeah, Judge Boyd is amazing.
It's just what they expect the evidence to show.
We talked about her yesterday.
Of what witnesses might say, and it serves the same purpose as them listening to the testimony.
So if the state were to give that witness a copy of their opening statement, would you consider that a violation of the rule?
Well, typically speaking, there are some limitations on the rule for the counsel of the parties to communicate with witnesses, as long as they're not directly relaying the substance of someone else's testimony.
How about this? No, I think you're right. They do get to do that. but they shouldn't be able to see our work from it or hear it. So maybe we could
Just let her stay, man.
All right, so you have no objection to the state's witness being here
Judge Boyd is
for the
great.
purposes of the reading of the indictment, the taking of your client's plea, and the state's opening statement?
That would be correct.
All right, so state, your witnesses may remain for the taking of the defendant's plea to the indictment and also to the state's opening statement, but with regards to the defense's opening statement, if they could leave the courtroom at that time.
Yes, Judge.
All right, is there anything else from either side?
That makes sense.
Are both sides ready to proceed? My understanding from the deputy is that the jurors are present.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, here we go.
Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter?
He said, bro, is cooked. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see, but it seems pretty open and shut, Andrew. I might be with you on that one. We'll see how the evidence plays out.
That we just covered.
All right, come on, state. Let's get it together. Dang, y'all make me skip ahead. We got the jury in
Late
here.
start. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to give you the oath. I know you took an oath downstairs, but this is an oath for this specific case. So if you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear that in the case of the state of Texas versus Tamar McIntyre, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. State, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
True bill of indictment. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized and paneled and sworn as such at the November term AD 2019 of the 187th Judicial District Court of said county, in said court, at said term,
See TK there?
present in and to said court, that in the county and state aforesaid, and anterior to the presentment of this indictment, on or about the 23rd day of April 2017, Tamar McIntyre, herein referred to as defendant, did intentionally cause the death of an individual, namely Mark Anthony Saldivar, herein referred to as complainant, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, and the defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of robbery of Mark Anthony Saldivar against the peace and dignity of the state.
Right, to the indictment, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
All right, you may be seated.
All right, here we
Do you
go.
have any opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Please report. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take you back to April 23rd, 2017. When Lucy Salvador woke up that morning, she did not realize it was going to be the last day she talked to her son, Mark Salvador, but saw him alive. She spoke to him that day in the afternoon at the house, and Mark was excited. He had a rapper that contacted him about doing a photo shoot. Tamar McIntyre, or TK47, or TAY, here in San Antonio, Texas. He was excited. His passion was photography. His passion was taking photographs and wanted to make that his career. He was young. He was just 20 years old. Tamar McIntyre was almost 17 years old.
He's so young, man.
He was an up-and-coming rapper that contacted Mark about this photo shoot. And when Tamar came over to pick up Mark from his house, at his mother's house, Mark went outside with his backpack and his camera, very definable white type camera, ran off to this car down the street, a black Kia. Little did he know he was getting into that car, and then we'd be falling off that car later on, shot by this individual that's sitting right over there. When he got to that car, he got in the back passenger seat. It's a four-door Kia. Tamor McIntyre was in the front passenger seat. Joanna Reyes was driving the vehicle. A good buddy of TAY's was in the back seat and scooted over to the middle, Jalen Bell. And then also there was a Jeremiah Rodriguez in the back seat. When they drove away, they proceeded over to 410 and McCullough, across the street from North Star Mall here in San Antonio, Texas. When they were at this intersection, an altercation began at that point. This man right over here pulled out a gun and turned around and started hitting with fist and also with the gun, telling him, "Give me your stuff, give me your stuff, give me that backpack."
And they planned it.
They're wrestling
allegedly
for the backpack. At that point, Jalen Bell also wants to get involved in this. He's a bigger guy, a lot bigger than TK. He's in that back seat with Mark. They start beating him and trying to take away his backpack. His passion is in that backpack. His photography, his career. TK gets that backpack away from him. Jalen Bell is still hitting and kicking and pushing Mark. They're at a stoplight. There are people parked around them at that stoplight, witnessing what's going on. Because this happened at 5 o'clock on a Sunday. In
Which is
broad
why
daylight.
Chick-fil-A was closed.
At some point, Mark gets kicked out of the car. They slam that back door. They won't let him back in the car. Help! 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 He's yelling. What he loved is in that car, his camera. Give me my things! Give me my things! He knows the light's about to turn green. He's frantic. He runs to the front. He jumps on the hood. One of the biggest mistakes of his life, or rather, the last part of his life. Joanna Reyes is driving that vehicle. The light turns green. They drive through that stoplight. It's a Sunday afternoon. Right across the street, or highway from the North Star Mall, there's a Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is closed on Sundays. They pull into that Chick-fil-A parking lot. She slams on the brakes. Mark sort of stands up. Looks like he's stomping on the windshield. But then that car jerks and he falls. You'll see that passenger door open up, the front passenger door open up. Where this man over here was sitting with that gun. He leans out. He shoots Mark through the shoulder, goes across his body, exits a little bit of his lower back. He falls to the ground. The car reverses and takes off from the scene. You'll see several people run up and try to help Mark. But that bullet crossed his body. It hit his spine, his both lungs. If he would have been on the best medical gurney in the world, he wouldn't have survived that shot.
Dang.
He dies in that parking lot that day. As TK and his friends drive off. They don't go to the cops. They don't call the cops. They run away. That's not the end of the story. Because that car was found less than a mile away, abandoned, at a Mexican food restaurant. There's evidence there that TK was there, that Jalen Bell was there, that Jeremiah Rodriguez was there, and Joanna Reyes was there. Doesn't end there. TK
Oh
and
yeah,
Jalen
he
take
was
off.
a menace for sure.
They run. They get out of town. Jalen is caught in Dallas. Tamor is caught in New Jersey. Nobody called the cops. Nobody said anything at that point of helping Mark Salvador. A promising career, possibly photography, a difficult field of photography. You take chances, you do things for nothing. That's what he wanted. He had a chance that day to take some photographs of an up-and-coming rapper that had his career on the horizon, possibly, or wanted it to be that career of a rapper. But instead, that particular day, he chose to take a life of an individual, Mark Salvador. That's what we will bring to you, and evidence will show that Tamor McIntyre committed capital murder on April 23rd, 2017. Thank you.
Short, sweet, to the point.
May it please the court, opposing counsel, ladies and gentlemen. Assumptions and the general guesswork that is attendant to the story that the prosecution just laid out for you should be of deep and troubling concern. There's no dispute that Mark was killed. There's no dispute that he was shot. There's no dispute that there was an altercation in that car. But virtually everything else that the prosecution has laid out for you is going to be told to you through either people who are making a wild guess based upon very, very small fragments of information, the bystanders, for example, on the highway, on the access road where this altercation took place, or it's going to come from people who were in the car. And I want us to stop and consider what that really means in a case like this. Mr. McIntyre is accused of capital murder. You heard yesterday extensive discussion about something called the law of parties, which is the idea that if you are assisting someone in the commission of a crime, either before it happens, while it's going on, or after the fact, you are culpable just the same as the individual who pulled the trigger, the individual who decided to take a life. That's going to be the backbone of this case, is everybody in that car pointing their finger at someone other than themselves. And the state paid to get that information developed. Not with money, not with the normal kind of a transaction.
What's he talking
but
about?
with something that is the most valuable thing a person can trade with, their freedom. That's the issue in this case. What exactly caused there to be a fight in this car and who that fight was with is all going to come from people that were occupants of the vehicle and, according to the state's theory of this, participants in what took place. As far as who struck first, what the argument was about, all of that's going to come from the other occupants of that vehicle who have a vested interest in making sure that it doesn't land back on them. The facts and circumstances about where people are seated, who fired the gun, why the gun was fired, all of those are similarly going to come from people with a vested interest in making sure that it doesn't come back on them. And ultimately, all of those things tied together, the way in which this case becomes a charged capital murder against Tamor McIntyre has been spun from the detective's lips to these witnesses' ears and about to be regurgitated back to you just the way the state wanted it, the state paid for it, and the state packaged it. That should be taken with an exceptional amount of scrutiny. And the law in Texas acknowledges that. I expect, after you've heard all the evidence in this case, that you will be charged on something called the accomplice witness rule, which tells you that in Texas, the law requires that the state provide corroborative evidence other than the testimony of an accomplice or a co-conspirator in order to establish guilt. And it is not alone sufficient to convict that corroborative evidence simply prove that a crime occurred. And what the state's going to try and do, I anticipate, is to stack accomplice on top of accomplice on top of accomplice to try and convince you all that that's sufficient to corroborate the offense. Don't let them do it. That's not how the law works. And you all would have to take each of those accomplices as being inherently suspect and recognize that they can't corroborate each other. And what we're left with at the end of that is going to be the actions of law enforcement investigating this case, which, as my colleague Mr. Goldstein will explain to you in a moment, were subpar, suboptimal, and not acceptable, especially when we have this kind of a case on the line. The investigation done here was half-hearted, lazy, negligent, dilatory,
that doesn't surprise anyone.
and ultimately was substituted by reliance on these accomplices as the proof in the pudding, as it were, that a crime was committed. You're also going to hear some evidence about the aspect of the case Mr. Garahan described to you, which is that Mr. Saldivar got on the hood of the car after some altercation took place in the vehicle. That is to say, there will be people that testify who were just on the roadside, that in broad daylight on a Sunday, there was some kind of an altercation in that car. Accounts will
I see
differ.
where he's
Some
going.
people describe the individual as an African-American man, young. Some will describe that individual as having a pistol. Some didn't see one. Some will describe that individual as being a Hispanic young man. Some will say that the Hispanic young man had a gun. Some don't. All of those things, I think we have to understand, just are what they are. This happened in the flash of an eye. It happened in a place where you don't normally expect to see something like that. We're talking about Chick-fil-A over on the north side of town across from North Star Mall. Not your normal 5 o'clock Sunday activity. And what they saw is what little piece of this overall story they saw. But what seems to be consistently accepted, at least by the lead detective on the case at the end, as he synthesizes all of these little snippets of observation, is that Mark Anthony Saldivar got out of the vehicle, proceeded to argue with the occupants of the vehicle while inside, that are still inside, and then jumped onto the hood of the car and began stomping the windshield of that car. And you'll see the windshield of that car caved in as a result of that activity. You can see where his foot came through, and you can see the rest of it coming through with it. And it is in that context that gunshots are fired. It is in that context that Mr. Saldivar loses his life. We talked yesterday about self-defense. We talked about defense of property. We talked about provoking the difficulty. So fundamentally, I want you to keep those principles in the back of your head, because however these cooperators, these accomplices, decide to paint and shade this version of the story on this occasion, and there have been several, the bottom line is that the things that happened while everyone was in that car had dissipated. And I think a great many of us, confronted with an altercation inside of a vehicle like that, would have walked away. But that's not what happened here. Now, the state's going to try and maintain that the reason why Mark Anthony Saldivar didn't walk away is because his camera equipment was inside. But you'll hear testimony from one of the cooperating co-defendants, one of the accomplices, that the photo shoot that he just described had been called off, and that they were just giving this guy a ride. Any evidence that you do hear about a camera, about a backpack, about property of Mr. Saldivar being taken, is going to come from these cooperators. There's no camera recovered in this case. There's not going to be an Exhibit 15, the camera of the deceased. You're not going to see money taken out of the deceased's wallet. The fact that those objects even exist is something that has to be speculated and guessed upon. And then ultimately, the only place you're going to hear it as evidence is from these accomplices. So fundamentally, the state can't prove that this was not a justified homicide. The state cannot prove that Mr. McIntyre is the shooter in this controversy. The state can't prove that there was a robbery, either intended or executed or attempted. Those things are all coming from people with an absolute vested interest to accomplish it. And so, no matter how the charge is broken up for you, I think that there is no question that the state will not be able to meet its burden to establish proof beyond a reasonable doubt of capital murder, and far less question that they'll be able to establish even basic, fundamental first-degree murder. Those are the things that you all are confronted with.
I can see what he's saying.
I'm going to turn it over now for just a moment to Mr. Goldstein, who's specifically going to talk to you a little bit more about the nature of the investigation in this case, and fundamentally why, as jurors, as you are assessing the evidence in light of your duty to presume Mr. McIntyre innocent, that the investigation in this case should be criticized, and you all should not be filling in the gaps for the police.
He's making
I want to
some
thank
great
you all
points.
for your time. I urge you to listen to the evidence carefully. I know you will reach the correct verdict.
May it please the court, able counsel, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, this is actual.
I think he's making some great points
Ladies
there.
and gentlemen of the jury, this case is old. The evidence is old. It occurred in 2017, 7 years ago.
He said it's done.
Speaking of old, I'm 81. I'm probably the oldest person in this room, and that's why I need notes and why counsel come over and coddle me every once in a while. I've been sitting here listening to the able lawyers in this room speak to you.
He's about to
That's
retire.
primarily going to be my job. I haven't said much to y'all or anyone up until this time, and I'm probably not going to say a lot during the trial. I'm going to be like y'all. I'm going to be watching it. I do think it's important that you understand that while you're listening to the evidence, that these are good lawyers on the other side. just as I know ours are very capable lawyers. I respect them. I respect this court. I respect our judicial system. 2.5 centuries. I mean, it goes back to ancient time. There's some magic in the number 12 when you listen to evidence. And I think almost every lawyer that's done this, I've been doing it 57 years, will agree. You come to the right result. I'm always, each one of y'all might not use the same tools, each one of y'all might not come from the same place, each one of you bring your own experience to this room. It must be your individual decision, guilt or innocence. You should deliberate, you should listen to the other jurors when that time comes at the end of this case.
What's up, y'all?
But it has to be your individual decision. Let me suggest to you that
I hope I'm still working at 81.
This adversary process involves a lot of things. As we listen to this evidence, there's going to be disputed evidence. You're going to hear two different sides. That's why we have jurors. You're going to have to make some decisions. Most of the evidence in this case is not in dispute. Most of it's not going to be contested. And you might think, well, why am I being subjected to all this? That's their job. Their job is to prove, if they can, each and every element of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the highest standard known to law.
There you go. Joe
They will be,
Tacopina's favorite.
and they're going to be doing their job, and they have to prove each element, and therefore, don't think they're trying to bore you. That's their job. They have to prove it all up. So you're going to be listening to that evidence as we talk about evidence in this case. They get to go first and last, if you've noticed. There's a reason for that. They have that heavy burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt. Therefore, we give them the chance to open and, at the end of the case, to close. They'll be the last you will hear from. The last evidence, the last argument. And that's as it should be. But we're kind of squeezed in the middle like a ham sandwich. I'm Jewish, so maybe it wouldn't be a ham sandwich, but it'll be a sandwich nevertheless. Let's say turkey sandwich.
Oh, that was nice.
Some people have described me that way. There are some matters that are in dispute. And I want to warn you in advance, each side will vigorously present their evidence. There'll be objections. We may have disputes. We may offend each other on occasion. I hope not. I believe in the collegiality of fellow lawyers. Like I said, I respect these. But we're going to have some disputes. I may offend them from time to time. I may offend the judge on occasion. I may, God forbid, offend one of y'all. My hope is that if the lawyers should perchance offend you on occasion, hold that against the lawyers. Hold that against me. Tell me about it after this case is over with. Don't hold that against Tamor McIntyre, TAY. Please. That's not how our system works. Let's talk about the matters in dispute. Now, we'll do that briefly, Your Honor. Tamor McIntyre is charged with capital murder. And as you heard, what they've alleged is this was a murder committed during the course of a robbery or attempted robbery. But that extra part is when you heard all the questions being asked of you during jury selection. Everybody paid a lot of attention. It was because that's what's required to prove that offense. You have to prove both murder and that it was during the course of a robbery. And that's going to be an issue in the case.
That might be an
But
issue.
let's talk about one of the
might be right.
disputed issues, the murder, the shooting.
He might be right.
It is interesting in this case, what you will find is that there was only one spent shell casing found in the car. The black Kia that was owned by the state's key witness. That spent shell casing, when it was originally identified by the prosecution's technician, they identified it as a 40 millimeter shell. Later, another tech, or I'm not sure, but the technicians in the prosecutor's office, weeks, months later, re-examined the shell casing. Became important. And they decided it wasn't a 40 millimeter shell. It was a caliber shell, 40 caliber. It was a 9 millimeter shell. That casing, that spent shell casing, as most of you know, comes when you fire a projectile, a bullet, the shell casing remains behind. This one remained in the vehicle. 9 millimeter shell casing. While there was a mistake initially, that goes to all of our, when we watch all the AI and all the technical magic that we see on TV, mistakes are made. It may not be important in this case, but I think we can all agree now it's a 9 millimeter, not the 40 millimeter that they originally thought it was. That empty spent shell casing found in the black Kia that was located the night of April 23rd, 2017. So there was only one shell casing found. There was another bullet. I think it was a 350 caliber, 380. I've got my muzzle sniffer here to correct me. 380, that's not a derogatory comment. There was a 380 bullet, but it had not been fired. And that bullet was found in the seat where TAY allegedly was sitting that night. But the only spent shell casing, the only one that was fired, that's found in the black Kia that night, is a 9 millimeter spent shell casing. There was also only one weapon recovered in this case. It was a 9 millimeter Smith & Wesson, seized from the co-defendant that able counsel for the prosecution mentioned to you earlier, Jalen Bell. He had a 9 millimeter Smith & Wesson, the same caliber. It was months later when he was arrested in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. But it was the same caliber, the one weapon that has been seized, as the one shell casing that was found. Now, you've got one shell casing, 9 millimeter, one weapon, 9 millimeter, a Smith & Wesson. And you would think that the evidence would show that they compared them. That weapon sat for 7 years in evidence rooms between Fort Worth and San Antonio. Years here in our own evidence vault. No one ever tested them. No one ever compared them until John Hunter. He kind of looks like Harry Potter, doesn't he? Well, no offense, John.
Yo, get this old man out of here. It's time for him to sit down. That's crazy.
He's one of my best students, and he worked for me for a long time, so I think I have the right to make fun of him. He makes fun of me too, and you'll probably hear about it. But here is the interesting part. No one ever compared them until he requested from this able prosecutor, who then located the weapon.
He needs to sit
and
down.
they had it tested by a technician, like the prosecution technician that mistook the 40 caliber that was actually a 9 millimeter. And he says that that weapon, that 9 millimeter spent shell casing, matched the weapon that had been sitting in evidence rooms for 7 years. You're going to hear, I believe, conflicting testimony. It's going to be brought to you, but it's not going to, we have to wait. Remember I told you, they get to go first and last, and we're kind of sandwiched. Well, the part of our sandwich is after their piece of bread that goes first. They get to go first. So please, it's like, you've all been to the movies and you see a trailer and you think, God, I'm going to like that movie, and you go see the movie and it's not nearly as good as the trailer. You think I wasted, when I was a kid here, I could go to the Majestic for 15 cents It's a lot more expensive now, but even then I felt ripped
Judge
off
Boyd
when I
back
thought,
there smirking.
geez, the only good part of that movie they showed me in the trailer. And I sat there for 2 hours, or however long. Well, I'm going to ask you to wait to hear this conflicting evidence. It's worth the wait, folks. This is a movie worth waiting for. Additionally, and kind of almost more importantly, is that the state, after 7 years, finally asked.
He called him Harry Potter.
Jalen Bell, this co-defendant, about the 9mm weapon that he had. He said, "Oh no, that's not the weapon I had back in April of 2017. That was a different Smith & Wesson 9mm." 7 years later, what are we supposed to do about that? Those are all interesting issues of evidence that I would suggest to you are questions that might cause you to have a doubt based upon reason. But that's your decision. When you make important decisions in your life, whether it's to buy an encyclopedia or a new car or a new house, you have to decide how to trust someone. And that's the next issue you're going to be confronted with. How do you decide whether you believe somebody or not? How do you? Well, we all have that instinctive. We look at people. We listen to them. We watch their demeanor. Are they the kind of person we want to believe? Will we buy an encyclopedia from them? Will we buy a car from them? We've made mistakes, all of us. In 81 years, I've made plenty of them. But I will tell you this. This is a time when you're going to have to make those decisions. And you look at the evidence, you look at the witness, and you have to make a decision. What would help you? What evidence would help you decide whether or not to believe someone? Well, is there something that corroborates it? They say they were in New Orleans on a particular day, and they've got a plane ticket to New Orleans. They got a hotel room at some hotel in the French Quarter. Well, that doesn't say they were there, but at least it corroborates it to some extent. You also want to know, why would somebody tell a story like that when you're looking at this evidence if it's not the truth? Well, wouldn't you want to know what they said before? Wouldn't you want to know if they were paid something for their testimony? That'd be important to me. I mean, people could get paid with money. People can get paid with something more valuable than money. Their life and liberty. You're going to see that the state's key witness was paid mightily with her liberty. She was promised something, and she got it for her testimony that met the prosecution's theory of this case. I can't promise anybody anything. I can't pay them. Not with money, not with their liberty. That would be a crime. How can we call a system fair that allows only one side to pay for what they call the truth?
He said encyclopedia.
Well, that's what you're going to have here. You're going to have to decide whether this witness is believable. I want you to watch them. Excuse me. I want you to watch them. See whether this is the kind of person who you want to put your trust in. And give some consideration to what they got paid for that testimony.
He makes some good points. I'm with y'all.
What would someone say if it would mean facing a capital murder case or walking free today when they come into this court? How much is that worth? Is that worth telling the story that meets the theory of the prosecution? We leave this case. That's all right. I was hoping that San Fernando's bells would be ringing, but I'll settle for the tinkling. We're going to leave this in your hands. We picked y'all both sides because we
still got it.
They say use your common sense, use it. Listen to the lawyers. We don't give you evidence. Our arguments are not evidence. But I think I'm going to listen to them, and I want them and you to listen to me and to John. John's going to have the heavy load in this case, as well he should. But I'm going to be watching it like y'all are. We trust you will come to the right decision. All I ask, as the old man in the room, is that the next morning after we finish this case, you can look in the mirror and say, I did right. You can look in the mirror and say, the life and liberty of this young man was worth holding the prosecution to their burden. That's important.
Yo,
That,
Pawpaw
beyond a
cooking.
reasonable doubt, the 12 members of this jury is a time-honored tradition in this country. It's what sets us apart from every other country in the world. I take pride in what I do, so do they. And I hope you will. And when it's all said and done, you can look in the mirror the next morning, the day after, and say, I did right. I did right to myself, my family, and to young Tamar. We can ask for nothing more. Thank you.
All right, hey, Pawpaw was cooking now. He was cooking. I'm not gonna lie. It was captivating. It was enjoyable to listen to. He made some great points talking about the burden of proof. That's it. Reasonable doubt. The highest. Wow. Great job. I like it. Let me know what y'all think about this in the comments in the chat. We're going to keep it moving. This is interesting.
All right, state call your first witness. The state calls Ashley Gwendale.
All right, we've got the first witness. Ashley is up in here. Let's see what she's going to talk to us about. Come talk to us, Ashley. I think you did a great job. Would y'all let Grandpa represent you still? Somebody said he wrote the laws in the chat. Dang, y'all are, that's tough. Don't do Pop like that. Paw was cooking. All right, we've got our first witness here. This is Ashley something. Let's see what she has to say. Why is she wearing a mask? In Texas? Come on now.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear affirm your testimony to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, make sure you speak up so that members of the jurors can hear. You can lower your hand. State your name for the record, and if you could spell your last name, please.
Ashley Buentelo, Buentelloo.
He said it's slow cooking.
Is it my witness, Judge?
Yes.
Ms. Gwendale, there's a microphone in front of you, so I'm going to ask you to use it because you're a little soft-spoken, okay?
This one?
No, the
Yes,
one
that one too, but can you put that one on your shirt? And then,
All right, and did you spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes.
Okay. How old are you currently?
I'm 28,
Okay, and what city do you currently live in?
San Antonio, Texas.
And how long have you lived in San Antonio, Texas?
I was gonna
My
guess.
whole life.
Sorry, I'm going to reposition because I'm having a
Okay.
hard time hearing you.
Take your mask off, girl.
If you could just move a little closer and speak into it. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so how old are you again?
28,
Okay, and what city do you currently live in?
San Antonio.
Okay, and how long have you lived in San Antonio?
My whole life.
Okay, what school did you attend in San Antonio?
Linear.
Linear High School?
Linear High School, yes.
I still cannot hear the witness' answers.
All right, so you'll need to lower your mask, please, so that you're...
Well, or at least bring the microphone up.
Thank you. Jeez.
And just make sure you speak loud when you can.
Sorry, I'm gonna ask you to lean into the microphone, okay?
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So how old are you?
28,
There you go. What city do you currently
San
live
Antonio.
San Antonio.
And how long have you lived in
Her whole
San
life.
Antonio?
My whole life.
Okay. And what high school did you attend in San Antonio?
Linear High School.
Okay. And do you work currently?
No,
Here
ma'am.
we go.
What do you do for
I'm a stay-at-home mom.
Stay-at-home mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and why are you here today?
To talk about the events that happened in 2017.
Okay, so I'm going to turn you back to that day, April 23rd, 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall who you were with that day?
Yes, ma'am. I was with family members. I was with
my tios, my husband, and my grandma.
She said her
And
tios.
so, what's your grandma's name?
Janie Reyes,
Okay, and what are your tios' names?
Paul Caballero, and Ernest Reyes.
Okay, and
Her tios.
your husband, what is his name?
Raul Quintero.
Your Honor, a juror has raised their hand.
Yes.
What's the teal?
Oh,
So-
I'm so sorry. So here's the thing. As jurors, you're not allowed to ask. No, it's fine. Sometimes, we don't know. So
My tío.
jurors, you're not allowed to ask questions. If you're not allowed to hear what a witness is saying, raise your hand and let us know. But the state and the defense, they are the persons who will be asking the questions. And if there's a question that you would like a witness to have been asked, you will just have to go with the questions that both sides have asked.
Yo, how the hell do you live in Texas and not know what a tío is? That's an uncle. Yeah, y'all got it. How do you not know? Come on, man. Most of y'all took Spanish in high school. You know what a tío is. Goodness.
Right, you may continue.
Okay, and when you say tío,
He
what
said
does that mean?
speaking.
He's my tío.
Like your uncle?
My uncle, yes.
Okay, and can you just say briefly how you're related to
Speak
them?
American, lady.
He's my mom's brother, and that's my mom's mom.
Okay. And so, what were you all doing on that day? Do you recall?
Yes, we were getting stuff ready for my grandma's upcoming birthday party that we were planning.
Okay. And were you traveling in a car?
Yes,
Do you recall what kind of car that was?
we were in a red Chrysler.
Okay.
My tío.
And, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
That's good, D.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits
Okay.
1 and State's Exhibit number 2. Have you seen these photos before?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the objects that are contained within on the day of the offense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm contender to defense for inspection. The state offers States 1 and 2.
I'm so sorry, Kate. I can barely hear what she's saying. What did she say? No objection.
All right, State's Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted without objection.
Y'all said did Trump clear her?
Yes.
Yeah, ICE is waiting outside the door. No, I shouldn't say that. That's so racist, not even funny.
All right, now I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit number 1. And you've just had an opportunity to look at that, but is that the red Chrysler that you were traveling in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you tell me who's in the driver's seat?
That is my uncle Ernest.
Okay, and who's
Her
in
tío.
the back seat right there?
Down is gonna be my grandma.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit number 2, can you tell me who's contained in that photo?
That is Paul. He was in the front, and that is my husband, Raul.
Okay, and so just for clarity, in the front passenger seat, who was sitting there?
Paul.
Okay, and then in the back, directly behind that, who was sitting there?
It's Raul, and then me in the middle, and my daughter on my left.
Okay, thank you very much. And so you guys were traveling in the car, and ultimately, did you guys end up at the light at McCullough on 410 Access?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you pulled up, do you recall what color the light was?
We came to a red light.
Okay, and was there cars in front of you and behind you?
Yes.
Okay, and so at some point, did somebody get your attention?
Yes, there was a woman who came up to us because our gas tank was open, the lid.
Okay, and so when she informed you that the gas tank was open, what did the people in your car do?
Paul was the one who got off, and he went to go and close it. And then she informed us that the vehicle
Objection,
behind.
hearsay, confrontation.
All right, that objection will be sustained.
Okay,
Hearsay.
thank
It's
you.
good objection.
So you can't say what the lady told you, but so you said Paul got out and closed the gas tank, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall what kind of vehicle was behind your red Chrysler?
It was a black 4-door vehicle. I'm not sure what.
Okay, and at some point, did your attention turn to that vehicle?
Yes,
Okay, and why is that?
because there was a altercation that was going on, and
Okay.
so we all turned to look what was going on.
Okay, Can you please describe to the jury what you observed when you turned around to look inside of that car?
When I turned to look around, I did see McIntyre in the passenger side.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Can we approach?
Yes.
Uh-oh. We got some issues.
How do you know that the person that was in the front passenger seat name is McIntyre?
After, like, when they ended up catching him, I guess, like the news.
All right,
my
so
objection, Your Honor.
your objection is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you disregard her answer with the name McIntyre in it. Does everyone understand? So you're to disregard the question and you're to disregard the answer.
Your Honor, we would respectfully
There you
move
go.
for mistrial.
That will be denied. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So can you, without naming the person,
Okay.
can you describe what the person in the front passenger seat looked like?
He was a black male.
Okay. And the person that was driving the vehicle, do you recall what they looked like?
She was a white female with blonde hair.
Okay. And so when you turn around and you look in that black four-door, what did you observe going on in that black motor vehicle?
There was a Mexican that was sitting in the back, getting beat up on by the people that were in the front and in the back, sitting with him.
Okay, and so when you say the Mexican boy that was sitting in the back seat was being beat up on, who was exactly beating up on him?
Just the two guys, the black male in the front and then also the one in the back.
Okay, and did you see anything in the hands of the black male in the front?
Yes.
What did he have in his hands?
It was a handgun, a black handgun.
Okay, and where was that pointed at?
He was also using it to hit him.
No, they were in another
so it was
car.
being used to strike the person in the back seat, is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay, and so the person in the back seat that was being struck, eventually what happened with that person?
He somehow ended up getting out of the vehicle, and we had thought that was it, but he ended up getting on top of the vehicle after.
Okay, and so when the light turned green, what did your car do?
We ended up taking the right that was right there because with the gun situation, we had my daughter, so we ended up turning to safety and they ended up going straight.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 3, and you've reviewed this before, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar with the area where this occurred, right? And so this is a fair and accurate depiction of the location, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm tendering to defense for inspection.
No objection.
All right, then that's State's Exhibit number 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit number 3 is admitted without objection.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Glendale, and so, can you see that okay up there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so you see where I'm pointing at, and that's McCullough Avenue, correct? And so where I'm pointing at right here, is that where your vehicle was stopped at the red light?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so earlier you said that your vehicle took a right, is that
It's a
correct?
Mexican.
Okay, and so that would have been traveling a right down McCullough Avenue?
Yeah, I'll leave him alone.
Okay, and so then where did your vehicle go from there?
We ended up turning to the left into the shopping centers that are right there.
Right in here?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you turned into the shopping center, what did you hear? Did you hear anything at that point?
We heard one gunshot.
Okay, and after you heard the gunshot, did you see anything associated with the Chick-fil-A?
We saw the black vehicle speeding off.
Okay, and is that the same black vehicle that was behind you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that the same black vehicle where the Mexican boy got on the hood of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said you observed it speeding off?
Yes, we had saw it taking a left that way, and we were coming from this side.
Okay, so you're right here, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you're saying you see that black Kia come out through here and take a left, is that correct?
Yes, speeding off.
Okay. And so once you see that, what do you and the people in your car do?
I mean, once we had the gunshot, we were just like talking about it, and then passing the Chick-fil-A, we ended up seeing him rolling on the ground.
And when you say him rolling on the ground,
The
who are you
Mexican.
referring to?
The Mexican?
The Mexican boy that was on the hood?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you see him rolling on the ground, then what do you do?
We got off the vehicle, me, Paul, and Raul, when we ran to him.
Okay.
Her and who?
And when you observed him, the Mexican boy that was laying in the Chick-fil-A parking lot, that's the same person that you observed in the black Kia getting beat up on,
Yes,
is that
ma'am.
correct?
Mhm.
Okay, and so when you observed him, did you notice if he had any injuries?
He had a big bump on his forehead.
Okay. And did you make contact with officers on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you provide a verbal statement to the officers on the scene?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we pass the witness now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
I'm okay.
I just have a few questions for you.
Okay.
The first is, did you meet with the prosecutors at all in preparation for your testimony here today?
Of course you did.
Like 2 weeks ago.
Okay. You met with the lawyers themselves or with the advocate, or do you remember?
With her.
With Ms. Galloway?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you review anything in anticipation of your testimony?
Just everything that happened, like from the cameras.
You reviewed your previous statement?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you were standing outside the Chick-fil-A when you gave that statement to police,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, sir.
And you recall you were explaining to the officer several things that you had learned from other people in the parking lot and who were waiting for police to arrive. Do you remember that part of your statement? You don't remember the officer telling you to only tell him what you personally saw?
Oh, yes, yes.
That happened, right? So by the time you spoke to the police, you had already spoken to several other witnesses to the incident, correct?
No, just the people I was with.
Okay, so you had talked amongst yourself.
Yes.
And how many people were in the car?
There's Harry
5 of
Potter.
us.
Okay. And
He's calling
what
him Harry
seat were you
Potter.
in?
I was in the middle and the back.
You were in the middle and the back. Okay. So you didn't see the altercation first. Who saw it first in your car?
Paul. He was Paul. He was
the driver?
No, he was the one who got out to close the
gas tank?
Yes.
Okay. So he got out and closed the gas tank, comes back into the car and says, there's some people fighting in the car behind us. Is that basically it?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what prompted you all to turn around.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how long roughly that light that you all were parked at lasted?
Why is he called the Mexican?
It was a good minute.
Okay.
Yeah, that was kind of
Couple
wild.
minutes, something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you saw happened very quickly?
Yes.
Okay. And is there tinting on that car? It looks like it from the photographs they showed.
On our car?
On your car, yes.
No.
There's no tinting at all?
No, not like out the back window.
Uh-huh.
Maybe the sides, maybe, but not out the back.
Okay. And you're looking at the car directly behind you?
Yes, there's the car right behind me.
Okay. Is it parked like bumper to bumper? Is it parked back a car length? About how far from your back bumper would that car have been stationed?
The very next car, like
Okay.
waiting for the red light.
And you were watching for the whole time that the light was red?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had someone in your lap, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you say that you're watching it, are you talking about craning your neck, or are you talking about you repositioned your entire body so that you're looking that direction?
Yeah, I'm looking back, like.
Okay, but basically, your belly button's still facing forward. You're looking back this way?
No, I like turned. I was able to turn.
So more like kind of a side view?
Yeah.
Okay. And there were how many people did you say in the vehicle?
Well, 6 including my daughter, but it's 5 of us.
Okay. Fair to say that there are obviously things in that car that block a full view of everything going on in the car. You agree with that, right?
Like,
Well, there are 2 seats in the front part of the car, right?
Mhm.
There's a driver's seat and there's a front passenger seat.
Mhm.
And there are people occupying those seats, right?
Yes.
And you can't see through the people or the seats, right?
No.
And so you can't see the parts of what's going on in that car that are obstructed by those seats and those people, correct?
You're talking about the vehicle behind us?
I'm talking about in the vehicle behind you, when you're looking into that vehicle, you can't see what's obstructed by the front passengers and the front seats, right?
Well, you can because the Mexican was sitting right in the middle. So like, given those 2 that were in the front, you were able to see what was going on in the middle.
You can see what's going on in the middle. You can't see what's going on either side of the middle, though. You'd agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you hear them talking?
So you can't say definitively who had a gun and who didn't have a gun amongst all the people in the car, right?
The only one I saw was the one in the front.
But there's nothing about what
Answer
you
the
testified to
question.
today that you want to convey that there weren't other guns, right?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And you don't know who pulled a gun first, right?
No.
The altercation had already started when it was brought to your attention that it was happening, right?
Yes.
They were mid-fight when you looked at it.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that the Mexican man got out of the vehicle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he continued to,
The Mexican man.
I guess, argue, verbally gesture with the people that were still in the car.
Oh my God.
I mean, he got out. He kind of like made a run for it, but they had already closed the door. And as soon as the light turned green, he was on top. I'm not sure. Like we didn't have the windows down to hear what was going on.
And you didn't see how he got on top.
No. Well, yeah, he just jumped up on front.
Okay, so you saw him jump on top
Yes.
of the hood of the car? Okay. So, did you see him crawl over anybody as he exited the car?
No,
Okay, you just saw him exit the car.
we just saw him exit the vehicle.
Okay. And you saw him stomping on the windshield?
No, we didn't see that part.
By that point, the light had turned green, right?
Yeah.
And so cars were beginning to move,
Mhm.
right? I'm sorry, ma'am. Yes,
Yes,
or no?
yes.
So your vantage point is, at that point, changing as your car is moving and their car is moving, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't actually see the gunshot, you just heard it, correct?
We just heard it, yes.
By that point, you're parked further over towards the music store
Mm-hmm.
and not in the Chick-fil-A parking lot proper, correct?
We weren't parked, we were driving because we had just turned in there just to turn in there to get away from all
At
that.
least she's sticking with
You're
her story.
driving away from all of it and you hear a gunshot just in the car?
Yes.
Okay. Pass the witness.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused by the state.
Excused by the defense, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been revoked. What that means is you're not allowed to watch anything about this trial, and you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, make sure you mute the clip. And you are excused.
Back up.
Okay, so she's gone. She doesn't have to go back. But what do y'all think about this witness? Seems like her story is pretty straightforward. She saw what happened. They were tussling back and forth. But there's really no definitive way she can say how everything started because they were driving past and saw people fighting and she saw a gun. Didn't know what actually happened. Let me know what y'all think about this testimony in the comments in the chat. Let's keep it going.
Next witness.
This is the state calls Paul Caballero.
I can say she has a tío. Who's this guy?
All right, well, you're gonna put if you put that little mic on your
We got our next witness up here. Oh, this might be Theo. I gotta stop making fun of her.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the jurors can hear. If you'll state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Paul Caballero, last name Caballero.
State.
Thank you, John. Mr. Caballero, well, one, nice to see you again. I've seen you a few times for this case, is that right?
Yes.
And we met here in the courthouse, is that right?
Yes.
And I'd like to go ahead and jump right in and ask you if you remember that day back in April of 2017, on the 23rd of April to be exact. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
And speaking about that day, were you in a vehicle that day with some of your friends and family?
Yes.
And do you remember where that vehicle was located on the road in San Antonio?
Yes. We were on 410 and Hello.
I'm sorry, what?
410 and Hello. Sorry, I stutter sometimes.
No problem, no problem. If you don't mind, that first mic that's in front of you, just make sure you speak into there so people can hear you, okay?
Okay.
I'm a little hard of hearing, so just bear with me. But one, do you remember what type of vehicle that was that y'all were driving at, or rather that you were riding in that day?
Yes, we had a red Chrysler 200.
And you got me out, Coach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you some items that have already been entered into evidence. State Exhibit number 1 and State Exhibit number 2. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And are those photos of that Chrysler that y'all were in that day?
Yes.
And does it also show individuals that you know in those photos?
Yes.
And if in state exhibit number 1, can you identify the individual that's driving the vehicle?
Yes. Ernest.
Ernest?
Partner.
Thank you. And then who do you see somebody in the back seat there?
Yes, his mom.
His mom, and what's her name?
Janie Reyes.
And in state exhibit number 2, can you identify the person standing there?
Yeah, that's me.
That's you, okay. And then, is there anybody in the back seat that you can see or identify?
Yes, Ashley and Raul, and her baby.
And her baby, I guess you can see the top of the little baby's head there?
Yes.
Okay. So, in addition to you and Ernest, which was the driver, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you in the... do you remember where you were sitting that day? Were you sitting in the front passenger seat or the back passenger seats?
And the front passenger seat.
Front passenger seat. So next to the driver.
Yes.
Okay. And then is that where Raul was in state exhibit number 2? Is that where he was seated at the time?
Yes.
And also Ashley and the baby.
Yes.
And then of course we got Janie Reyes sitting all the way to the left in the rear.
Yes.
Okay. So this is accurate of how y'all were seated when y'all were at the intersection also?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, speaking of the intersection, I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 3. And are you familiar with this map?
Yes.
In fact, have I shown you this map before?
Yes.
Okay. And so you've seen this map before. Can you point out on there where that intersection, McCullough and 410 is?
I'm sorry. It's right there.
Right there. And then where was your vehicle at?
We were right here, behind the truck that was in front of us.
Behind a truck that was in front of y'all?
Yes.
So there was a truck in front of you, and then your car?
Yes.
Okay. So on this overhead projector, there you go. I'm going to zoom in here. Now I'm going to point to where you pointed. You pointed to this vehicle right here.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
And that's, let me make sure, this is not a map from that day. Is that correct?
No.
I mean, some things have changed on this map, but generally this is how it looks.
Yes.
Because that's the main intersection. It hasn't really changed since 2017.
Projection speculation.
That'll be overruled. If you know the answer, you can answer.
I'm sorry.
I'm surprised you
can
overruled that.
Repeat the question, please?
Sure. This intersection hasn't changed much since 2017.
I think so.
The actual road, it hasn't moved.
Okay, yeah, no, the road's the same. I'm looking at this over here. Sorry.
Hey, bad question. Bad question. I'll move on from that. But this is the intersection that we're speaking of, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you, like you stated just previously, that this vehicle right here is roughly where y'all were at that stoplight. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And well, let me ask, were you stopped at that time at that light?
Yes.
And so, is it assumed that did y'all have a red light?
Yes.
And when you were at that light, did anything catch your attention?
Yes, there was a lady that was on the side that told me that my gas cap was open.
Your gas cap was open?
Yes.
Oh, that's Theo.
And so, you're at a stoplight, so what did you do?
Well, I exited the vehicle and put the cap back on.
And, where was the cap in comparison?
It's on the passenger side.
Passenger side?
Yes.
So, let me see if it's... Okay, so state exhibit number 2. I'll show it to you again. Is that the gas cap you're speaking of?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So it's on the passenger side. State exhibit number 2 here. It's a little zoomed in, but I think we get the picture that there's the gas cap is right there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this lady told you that the gas cap was open.
Yes.
And then you exited. So what did you do at that point?
Well, at that time, as I was putting on the gas cap, she did tell me that the car behind us.
Confrontation.
It's the same to hearsay.
Okay. I'll rephrase the question here. I'll ask you, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever replace that gas cap?
Yeah,
What?
Did
Yes,
you close
I
it?
closed it, yes.
And after you closed the gas cap, what were your actions right after you closed the gas cap?
Well, the car behind us, I saw a gun. So at that time, I proceeded to get back in the vehicle and told my partner as soon as that light turns green for us to make a right to get out of that car sway that was behind us.
Well, let me back up a little bit.
Okay.
And and without telling me exactly what she said, did the lady that had mentioned the gas cap to you, did she mention something else to you?
Yes.
Hearsay confrontation.
All right, the answer is either yes or no. You're not allowed to state what a witness has said. Do you understand?
Yes.
So that question requires a yes or no answer. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, and I think you answered the question if I'm correct, but did she also mention something else to you?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury, like, what was her demeanor toward you when she was speaking to you about this?
Just very cautious.
Very what?
Cautious. Like
Cautious?
like worried. Yes.
Okay. And then, what did she say to you then?
Objection. Hearsay confrontation.
All right, so I'm not parties approach.
Well, it's not really hearsay though. He's asking what she said to him. So I don't think that's hearsay. But hey, I'm not an attorney. I don't know. Let me skip ahead here through the arguments. Here we go.
My question was, can you describe the individual that was in the passenger seat in the car behind?
He just looked real young.
Sorry?
He was real young.
Real young.
Yes, young.
Do you know what, was he white? Was he Hispanic? Was he African-American?
Hispanic. Hispanic?
I'm sorry?
Hispanic?
Okay.
It was the Mexican.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the presentation of that document unless it's laid a foundation for past recollection refreshed.
I don't know if that's what he's doing because I don't know what the document is. So, state you're approaching the witness. You want to mark whatever exhibit it is.
Sure. And on a previous occasion, did you have an opportunity to give a statement to the police to the police department that day?
Yes, I did.
And was it typed out?
Yes.
And was it typed out by a police officer and then you read it and signed it? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked State Exhibit number 5. Can you just please review that and tell me if that is the actual typewritten statement and signed by you back on April 23rd, 2017?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And I know that you're nervous today. You mentioned that to me.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, in this description, can you read through it? And don't read it out loud, but to yourself. And can you tell me that when you look to the back?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the question. The foundation has not been laid for him to be reading his statement to answer the question.
All right, that objection will be overruled.
For time purposes,
And defense, you may move about the courtroom if you want to see what the statement is that's being shown to the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
now previously, I just asked if you remember the race or the of the individual that was in the back, in the car behind you, in the passenger seat. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you stated Hispanic.
Yes, I thought you were referring to the person in the back seat, not the passenger.
Okay.
So that's where we got confused.
That's my bad. I apologize. So let me rephrase my question, and that helped clear it up there.
Yes.
When you looked to the back and you looked at this vehicle behind you, the front seat passenger, describe that individual to the jury.
He was African American.
And is this the individual that you stated? What would you determine his age possibly to be?
Well, he looked real young. I would say in his 20s.
Objection has to answer.
Now, at any time, if you need to refresh your memory, you can refresh your memory, okay?
It seems like it's
That's your
conflicting.
statement that you gave. And again, is that the statement you gave back in 2017, April 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was a driver of the vehicle behind you, was there not?
Objection, lady.
Overruled.
I'll
Yes.
rephrase the question. Was
It
anybody
was
driving the
overruled.
vehicle behind
That's
you?
Yes.
And so there was a driver of that vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury that driver?
Female. She looked real young, blonde hair.
And I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, but did you say the color of hair?
Blonde.
Blonde. Thank you. Now, you said that in previous testimony, you said there was some type of scuffle.
Yes.
And could you tell me, who could you see participating in that scuffle?
The passenger.
And that is the black or African American man that you said was in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
And
He
what
said black.
could you see that individual doing?
Is it black or African
Fighting
American?
with somebody in the
That's
back
important.
seat.
I'm sorry?
He was fighting with somebody in the back seat.
In the back seat.
Yes.
Now you named the two occupants in the front. Can you describe to the jury any occupants that were in the back seat of that vehicle?
I just know there was somebody else in the back seat. I didn't really get a description of that person.
It was the Tia.
Okay. And you see this scuffle going on. At any point, did you see anything else happening back there?
Yes. I believe the person he was fighting with did exit the vehicle. He was yelling for help.
The person that he was fighting with exited the vehicle yelling for help.
Yes.
And did you, at that time, see what that individual was yelling for help? What did he do?
He was asking for help, yelling for help, and then proceeded to jump on the hood of the car.
And now this is all behind you, right?
Yes.
So, as you told the jury, you're turned around and looking this way through the window, and you're watching all this
Yes.
unfold behind you at the stoplight.
Yes.
And after the individual jumps on the hood, let me ask you, do you remember if he jumped on the hood like standing, or was he on all four, like on his hands and knees? Can you describe to the jury, if you remember?
He was on all fours.
On all fours?
Yes.
And at any time, did the light, what happened? Did the light ever turn green?
Yes.
And at that point, what did, I guess Ernest was driving your vehicle, what did he do?
He went right, as I said.
And so, let me show you. So you're saying that from this position here, when the light turned green, Ernest took a right.
Yes.
And the vehicle behind you that had the individual on the hood, on his hands and knees, where did it go?
It went straight.
So it would have gone straight through the light.
Yes.
And at that point, where did y'all proceed to?
We went right, and then we turned into that shopping center that was right there.
The shopping center here?
Yes.
And did you ever see that black, I'm sorry, that vehicle with the individual that was on the hood? Did you see that vehicle again in this parking lot?
Where's he going with this?
No.
Okay. And did you ever see that vehicle again?
Yes, after it had, yes.
And where did you see that vehicle at?
It came out of Chick-fil-A.
And this is, again, this is a 2025 rendition, so it has some awnings here that weren't there before. But did you see it come out of this parking lot?
Yes.
And where did it go?
It went left once it was straight, so it went left.
Okay,
going
right
past.
here?
Yes. Yes.
And then where did it go from there? Do you recall?
I went by whatever store was right there, and then it just left.
Just left.
And then
Okay.
it just left.
And so you're in this parking lot. When you were in this parking lot, did you hear anything?
Yes, we heard one gunshot.
Gunshots. And did that
He
bring your
said
attention to this
gunshot.
area by
A
Chick-fil-A?
gunshot.
Yes.
And
One
that's where you
singular.
just stated that you saw that black vehicle drive through the parking lot.
Yes.
And if I can go back to the actual
Get it right, man.
intersection again, when y'all were driving off, did you look back and see anything in the vehicle that individual was on his hands and knees?
As we drove off, yes, he was still on all fours.
On all four.
Yes.
And did you ever see what that front seat passenger, that African American male, was doing when the individual was on the hood and he was driving?
No, not at that time.
Did you ever see anything in that black African American's hands?
Once we drove off, no.
He said black African American. Like, dude, just say black, man. Hey, he was black. Good lord.
Yes, sir. May I approach him? Yes.
He's a black African American Nick. Black person.
Oh yes.
Get a lack of foundation. It's never been asked whether or not that's necessary.
Oh man. Just
Can I
say
ask
it.
a question? I have no idea what the question is because no question has been asked. I don't know what's being assigned to the witness because the court hasn't received information on that.
I'll ask this question.
He's asking him to review, he's instructing the witness to review his statement, having laid no foundation for tendering that document for him to testify from in front of the jury.
That's fair.
He's received no instruction about how he's to handle the exhibit while he testifies. That's continued on, and I'm just renewing that objection now that we're back to it.
All right, state you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, after reviewing this, did you ever see anything in that passenger's hand, that that African American that was sat in that front seat?
Yes, he had a gun. Yes.
Okay. And is that in your statement that you gave back in 2017?
Yes.
Oh, this man is struggling. He wants to say this black dude so bad. Come on, prosecutor, just say it. It's fine. He's black. We can see him. He's black. Just say black. Yo, my black people, when are we gonna give up the whole African American thing? It's gonna be forever. I don't know. He said this African fine gentleman, sir, Mister. Just say black. Hey.
I'm going to show you what state exhibit number 4.
That black guy.
One. Have you seen this item before?
Yes.
And can you identify anything in it?
Yes, our vehicle's right there.
Struggling, man.
And that's you said our vehicle. Is that the vehicle that you testified to that you were in that day?
Yes.
And is that the vehicle that Ernest Reyes was driving?
Yes.
And also you were the passenger in that vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. And is this from the day of April 23rd, 2017?
Yes.
And right after you saw the black vehicle exit the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, State would offer state exhibit number 4. And the evidence will tend to be defense characters.
I'd just like relevance, Your Honor.
All right, state relevance.
The relevance is, Your Honor, it leads to the credibility that he was actually there that day and that this was actually what he just testified to, that it confirms that he's in that vehicle passing by soon thereafter of the black vehicle with the murder victim.
Can I see the state exhibit 4, please?
I'm sorry?
Can I see the state exhibit number 4?
Neither is an issue, Your Honor, and there's already an exhibit of that same vehicle in evidence. It's just cumulative and
Not the full vehicle, Your Honor.
All right, so defense's objection to number 4 is overruled. State's exhibit number 4 will be admitted.
Thank you. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And, Mr. Caballero, is this the vehicle that you just testified to that you were in?
Yes.
And where is that vehicle currently? In this photo, where is this vehicle at?
We don't have it no more.
No.
Is
Sorry,
that
I
what
don't
you
mean the
meant?
actual vehicle.
Oh.
In this photo,
This guy's
where
a
is it
mess.
located at in this parking lot? Where is it?
It was right outside of the restaurant,
Okay.
Chick-fil-A.
So we
Chick-fil-A?
ain't got that car no more.
And is this that Chick-fil-A parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. And this is your vehicle in the behind the Chick-fil-A.
Yes.
Thank you. Now,
Just say black.
after y'all drive by, what do y'all do after you drive by, and what do you observe when you're driving by the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
Well, we saw someone laying down on their driveway, where the drive-thru was at.
And what did you do at that point?
Well, we went ahead and turned around, parked, and then that's when Ashley and Ro went to go see.
And you went to go see the person on the ground.
Yes.
And did you ever approach?
Yes.
And what did y'all do at that point?
I believe Ashley called 911.
Was there any other individuals out in that parking lot?
Yes, there was other few people there as well.
And did you ever touch the person on the ground?
No.
Did you ever try to assist in first aid?
No.
Dang, they saw
And did
all
you
that. That's
do
crazy.
anything else on or near the person on the ground?
Yes, he had weed on his side, and also it looked like there was weed shoved in his mouth.
And just to be fair, you say weed. Do you? Is there another more technical term?
Marijuana?
Marijuana. Okay,
Marijuana.
thank you. And let me ask you: did that person that's on the ground? Did they ever speak to you?
No.
Did you ever see any wounds on this individual?
No.
And at any time when you were at the scene, did that individual ever get up or talk to you or talk to anybody?
No.
We'll pass the witness, gentlemen.
Yes.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
Good.
Prior to your testimony today, have you spoken with anyone from the prosecution about your case?
No.
Okay, so the questions that were put to you, that's the first time you've spoken to a prosecutor?
She calls her husband Brown.
Sorry. Yes, we have spoke before.
Okay, and in the course of those conversations, have you reviewed any documents in preparation for your testimony?
Just my statement?
Is that the document Mr. Garahan showed you a moment
Yes,
ago?
yes.
Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay. When was the last time you reviewed this?
Today?
Okay. This morning?
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say, this was written on the day that you saw these events you testified to, right?
Yes.
And what you remembered back
There you
then
go.
was fresher in your memory than what you remember now, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say in State's Exhibit 5, marked for identification, you don't mention seeing anybody on the hood of that car on all fours, right?
Not on all fours, but I did mention somebody on the hood.
Yeah, you're right. You mentioned someone on the hood back on April 23rd, 2017, correct? But you don't, anywhere in your statement, say that you saw the gentleman on all fours, correct?
No.
And you spoke to police and would surprise you to learn they didn't write down anything about you seeing someone on all fours, correct?
No, because they didn't ask if he was on all fours. They just said if he was. I just said he was on the hood. If they asked if he was on all fours, then I would have said he was on all fours.
It's fairly significant, wouldn't you
Interesting.
think, whether he's on all fours or he's standing up on it?
Very
Yeah, but he wasn't
significant.
standing.
And you didn't see him stomping on the windshield of the car?
I didn't see the stomping. No.
Would it surprise you to learn that other people in the car did?
Yeah.
Well, let's just talk a little bit about your vantage point. You said that you were in which seat of the car?
Passenger.
Front passenger,
Yes.
right? And there are 3 people in the back bench of the car, right?
Yes.
And the person in the middle seat actually has a child on her lap, correct?
Yes.
So you're looking through all of that to see this altercation, right?
Yes.
You say that when you pulled back around to look at the gentleman that had fallen from the car on the pavement, that you saw marijuana in his mouth.
Yes.
And you saw a bag of marijuana next to him, correct?
Yes.
How large a bag?
Wasn't that big?
Okay. Size of my fist? Smaller, larger?
Maybe a little smaller.
A little smaller than the size of a fist? Okay. You never saw anyone shoving marijuana in the man's mouth, did you?
No.
And to be fair, you didn't see him eating the marijuana,
No.
right? Sorry?
No.
Okay. But somehow marijuana was in his mouth?
Yes.
Okay. Your view of the back seat of that Kia was also obstructed by the things that were between you and the back seat of that Kia, right?
Yes.
You couldn't see all of the occupants fully from they were in the back seat of that car, correct?
Yes.
You couldn't see all the things that they were doing, right?
Yes.
You can't say whether there was one gun or multiple guns in that car. You don't know, right?
Yes. I don't know.
You recall telling a policeman that the person that you saw in the front seat might be an African American.
No, I said he was. I didn't say mine.
Okay.
If an officer summarized
Leveling
you as
down.
saying that it might have been African American, that would be the officer's mistake, not yours.
Yes.
Another mistake by the police. Uh-oh. Is it significant, though? That's the question.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is part of.
Yeah. So you know they're about to go in on the police.
approach you?
Yes.
All right, sir, I'm going to show you what I marked solely for identification as defendants number one. And that's you here, right? Paul Caballero?
Yes.
And that's your date of birth right here?
Yes.
Okay. And again, on this page, listing you as W1, that's Paul Caballero, that's you, right?
Yes.
And then you'll notice here, if you could just read to yourself this sentence in parentheses. And let me know when you finish reading it.
This one?
Starting at that word, and then reading this sentence, in particular emphasis on that portion.
Okay, I read it.
Okay. And again,
I'm going to object at this point to hearsay and lack of foundation.
I haven't asked the question.
All right, so I don't know what defense exhibit number one is.
It's a report that was generated summarizing the statements of Mr. Paul Caballero. And I'm showing it to him to see if he is going to accept and adopt the statement that's made or whether he's going to reject it.
And Judge, not to this, he did not write this report.
All right, if I can see defense exhibit number one, please. That's how parties approach.
Page 3 specifically.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if he wrote the statement or not. You can ask him, is this what you told the police? Yes or no? Looks like they took a little bit of a break. Hold on, let's skip through here.
That you said the word possible.
Yes.
Are you saying that?
Yes.
And
here you go. I got it.
Do we want to wait for Ms. Calloway?
He's scared he might say ninja.
Mr. Fairhead, this is your witness, correct? That is. All right, yes, you can proceed.
Mr. Caballero, again, I'm going to show you what I've marked as defendants one. And you had a moment ago to review this, right?
Yes.
And as we discussed earlier, the events that are being described in defendants one and in your statement, which is states 5, were fresher in your mind back on this date, the 23rd of April, 2017, than they are today, correct?
Yes.
And were you ever given an opportunity before you testified to review these summaries of what you told police?
I don't remember if I was or not.
Okay. And fair to say, that day you spoke to officers just word of mouth, back and forth, face to face, before a typewritten statement was given for you to sign, right?
Yes.
That statement there, as you pointed out in your direct testimony, was written for you and then you signed it adopting it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you have had a chance to review page 3 of Defendants 1 that I showed you.
Yes.
Right? And in particular, this portion of Defendants 1 where it talks about the fact that you saw a white female driver, a possible black male in the front passenger seat, and V1 being the man you saw in the hood of the car sitting in the back seat, right?
Yes, but I didn't say possible.
Okay, so you're disputing that you said possible?
Yes.
Okay, but fair to say you gave multiple statements that day?
I thought it was just the one I gave.
Well, I mean, you just to make sure I'm following, you first spoke to somebody with your mouth, verbalized a statement to a police officer, right?
Yes.
And then that officer typed up a summary of what you said, correct?
Yes.
And he showed it to you, right?
Yes.
And then you signed it.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. So in terms of statements, there are two. There's what you actually verbally said, and then there's this, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're testifying that you dispute that you said the word possible.
Yes.
Are you saying that it's not possible that you gave any hesitation about the race of the individual you saw in the front seat of the car at the time?
Oh, sorry, it sounded like a trick question.
I'll rephrase. I'm not trying to trick you. At the time that you spoke to police, before you signed your written statement, are you testifying that there's no way that you could have expressed any doubt or confusion or uncertainty about the race of the person you saw in the front seat?
I was 100% sure.
Okay. And it's your testimony that's how you conveyed it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I guess that's the extent of the proffer, Your Honor.
May I be heard? Sure, but what I can tell parties is this. You can use whatever statement you want to use to refresh someone's recollection, but if you're seeking to impeach a witness with a statement that is not their statement, but it's something someone else has said, that's something completely different.
That's not
so
what
the
he's
question
trying to
becomes,
do.
are you seeking to impeach this witness, or are you seeking to refresh their memory? Or are you trying to do an inconsistent statement?
I would suggest.
I'm just going to guess here. To me, it sounds like he's trying to show that the police didn't get it right, or that there's just inconsistencies in the story. I don't think he's trying to impeach the witness.
That since the statement wasn't his statement, which the state used, was to refresh his recollection. They didn't offer it. They weren't asking him to adopt it. They said, does this help you to recall? They were refreshing his recollection. We're entitled in front of the fact finder, I believe, under the law, to ask him that same question, which he did out here without the jury, and ask him if the officer says, and I want you to read this, that you said possibly, that does not refresh your recollection. And he can say, I'm 100% sure I didn't say that. That's fine.
How is saying what the officer said not hearsay?
It doesn't matter. You can refresh recollection with a nursery rhyme.
No. This is what the court is saying. You can refresh anyone's recollection with whatever.
And you can ask him if that does.
But the question becomes whether or not their recollection is refreshed. It doesn't appear to the court, and if I'm incorrect, let me know. It doesn't appear to the court that the defense is seeking to refresh his recollection. It appears to the court that either the defense is trying to say this is an inconsistent statement, or you're trying to impeach the witness. And the inconsistent statement, or what you're trying to impeach the witness with, is some synopsis someone else is writing.
Right, but counsel wants to be heard.
He's
and he's the one doing it. I understand. I'm just saying very quickly that we're entitled in front of the jury to ask him if that refreshes the record in order to lay a predicate to impeach him with the officer. And then the officer can say, is this what the guy told you?
And that's exactly what I was going to say. It's almost like they should have got the officer up here saying, hey, was this your statement? Yes. They should have got him up there first. Did you write this statement? Yes. Is this accurate? Yes. And then they come to this witness, say, okay, no, the officer verified that this was your statement. Is this accurate? No, that wasn't my statement.
7 years ago. That's all I'm saying. We're entitled to say, that doesn't refresh my recollection. Just like they ask him, does this refresh your recollection?
This is what the court's ruling.
Again, I'm not
No, stop.
Sorry, John.
All right, no problem.
Well,
this is what the court is telling you. And I know sometimes people will get lost in their own arguments, but I want everyone to internalize what I'm saying. You are allowed to refresh someone's recollection with whatever you want to refresh it with. So, defense exhibit number 1, you've shown it to the witness. The witness is able to review that. And then
taking them to school,
you can ask them if they reviewed it, do they understand it? And then you can ask your questions. But as far as saying through this witness what some other officer said to him, that's hearsay.
No, it's what he said to the officer. And we're entitled to ask him, does what the officer wrote 7 years ago refresh your recollection? We're entitled to ask that from the jury.
If I may be heard, Your Honor.
Yeah, I want to yield my time to Mr. Hunter, who I rudely interrupted.
The statement is being offered under 2 different theories of admissibility. The first is under Rule 613 of the Texas Rules of Evidence for prior inconsistent statement. Yep. We have laid the predicate for that. The rule states 613A, prior inconsistent statement of a witness foundation. When examining a witness...
Okay, I know what prior inconsistent statements are.
Subsection 4.
And that's what I just said.
Your Honor, if I may just be heard, please.
Sure.
Subsection 4 of Rule 613 states, extrinsic evidence of the witness's prior inconsistent statement is not admissible unless the witness is first examined about the statement and fails to unequivocally admit making the statement. We would submit...
So basically, they can't talk to the police officer about it if they don't show it to the witness first.
That the extrinsic evidence of impeachment could be in the form that's presently marked as Defense 1, or that it could be conditionally admitted upon the testimony of the officer who authored that report attributing that statement to the witness. We believe that all of that has been successfully laid down under Rule 613. Alternative.
All right, let me just say this. Under Rule 613, that statement that the officer made in his report is not coming in. What's your next rule?
Alternatively, under the question of past recollection refreshed, we should be entitled to confront the witness with the statement as a tool to see if it jogs his memory.
That's what I'm saying.
And the jury should be allowed to hear him either say, I remember that, or I don't remember that.
You can, as I previously stated, you can show him defense exhibit number 1.
Yeah, this
you
is
can
a
ask
gray
him to
area,
review
it seems like.
Once he's reviewed it, You can ask. So, after reviewing defense exhibit number 1, do you still state, whatever statement it is, do you still state that you said the person was African American? That's either yes or no, or if you want to say, do you still say the person was possibly African American? That's either yes or no. But my ruling, hopefully it's clear. You are not allowed to ask this witness specifically what that officer said as his report in a synopsis.
I'm not trying to say what
That
the
makes
officer
sense.
said. What I'd like to do to clean
All right,
it up is to start over and say,
Bring the jurors in.
I want to confront him with his statement and ask him what I believe he told the officer. He can deny it. I want to show him.
All right, so I'm telling you.
The judge is saying you can't do that, and it makes sense. Just ask him what he told the officer. And then if the officer says that's not what he said, then we have an issue. But you can't hold him accountable for what an officer said that he said. That's definitely hearsay. That's the judge.
But that's the way
He's
the rule operates.
Judge, just if I can be heard, because defense counsels have been talking for the last half hour.
That's correct.
So my question is, Your Honor, one, they're going from a statement and a report by an officer. There's a body cam that leads to this, and we may have to do it outside the presence of the jury, but can refresh the individual's memory with his own words and his own vision of himself. So the fact is that they want to go through a report that an officer may have put possibly a suspect that was black, African American, whatever it may be. That's a statement by another individual.
Just say black, it's
they're
okay.
trying to backdoor it by saying it's a statement of this individual, and that is incorrect.
We're not trying to offer the statement. That should be clear. I don't think you offered his statement.
I did not put it.
And it's not.
I'll offer a statement.
That's what the rule.
I'll offer a statement.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm saying we want to do the same thing you did. That's all we're asking.
All right,
for.
so stop. We're off the record for a moment.
Off the
Defense,
record.
state.
Turn the cameras off.
This is where I expect everybody to keep their arguments at this level right here.
Sure.
I have made my ruling, and I know sometimes people don't agree with my ruling, but if people don't agree with my ruling, you don't agree with my ruling.
I gave a speech about
Yeah, but thank you. But this is my ruling. So what I am telling everyone, so it is clear. 1, you can show defense exhibit number 1 to the witness. Maybe it will refresh his recollection to something else, or maybe not. Number 2, you are not allowed to say what that officer said in his report. The only thing that you can ask this witness as it relates to that, since it appears that the sticking point for both parties is whether he said he was possibly African American or 100% African American.
That is correct.
You can ask this
He was
witness.
light-skinned.
Review defense exhibit number 1. Does that refresh your recollection as to whether you stated the person was possibly African American or African American? That's it. You're not allowed to put before this jury. That's all you want? There we go. Well, see, if people would just listen to me and internalize, but people want to state rules. But
I was
okay.
listening. I failed to internalize.
All right, thank you. Let's bring the jurors in.
Your Honor, Mr. Goldstein is correct. That's how we'll proceed. I do want my exception noted. I believe under 613-4 that the extrinsic evidence
That's been overruled.
Would be admitted. I understand, and so I want the court to note my exception, and I'm offering, for the purposes of the record, defendants 1 as a bill of exception in light of the court's ruling.
All right, thank you. Let's bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury.
All right, here they go. Bring him back. Bring him back.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, defense, you may proceed.
Mr. Caballero, just to be clear, do you recall on the 23rd of April 2017 telling someone from law enforcement that it was a possible African American?
No.
Okay. Would it surprise you if someone noted that somewhere?
Yes.
Okay.
There
now,
we go.
I want to get back to a couple of other things.
That's better.
We discussed the fact that you were looking backwards through someone seated in the middle back passenger seat of your car and a child on their lap, right?
Yes.
And that you were looking at the car directly behind you, correct?
Yes.
And so, from that vantage point, obviously the people in your own car are going to be blocking some of the things you otherwise have been able to see. You agree with that?
No, because it wasn't that much of a blockage. Actually, it's real short, so when it comes to the back seat of my window, it was as clear. Meaning, like, I can See.
But you would agree that there are some things you just don't know, like whether
Yes.
there was one gun or many guns, for
Yes.
example.
Yes.
How the marijuana got in the man's mouth or on his person.
Yes.
You just don't know those things.
Don't know.
And you don't know whether those could have been seen at a different vantage point or they just weren't knowable by anybody, right? Let me rephrase the question. Let me back up. You also were outside of your vehicle, right?
Yes.
And you were fixing the gas cap, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you saw the gun.
Yes.
And when the prosecutor asked you at the very beginning what was the thing that you saw, the first thing out of your mouth was a gun, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say the gun's the most significant thing you saw about the whole encounter.
Yes.
Okay. You said that that gun was silver, right?
Yes.
You said that the individual that you saw in the front seat had short hair, very short hair, correct?
Yes.
Refresh your recollection to recall your statement that you adopted on the 23rd of April 2027.
Yes.
Or 17.
Yes.
Is that in front of you?
Yes.
Can you review it yourself briefly and tell me if you noted the length of the hair of the person you saw?
Real short hair?
That you told the officer real short hair?
Yes.
Okay. And again, in that same document, you never notated that
He snuck that in there. He said you told the officer real short hair. He said, yeah. Ugh. He's finding a loophole to what the judge's order was because he's not supposed to do that. But
you never said anything there about being on all fours when the man was on the hood, right?
No.
And you said that no one asked you that question, right?
Yes, I just said he was on the hood of the car.
And to be fair, you didn't tell them at the time, no, go back and rewrite the statement. He was on all fours. You didn't do that at the time.
No.
You didn't describe anybody as being Hispanic or Mexican, correct?
Yeah, the person in the backseat was Hispanic.
Okay.
it was the Mexican.
But you did indicate in your statement that day that you could not see who was in the back seat of the car, right?
Yes.
And you didn't see a backpack, for example.
No, I didn't see a backpack.
You didn't see anybody struggling over some kind of an object like a bag or a backpack, did you?
No, I just saw the scruffle in the back.
That's what.
Further questions, Your Honor?
Hi, is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony.
Y'all hear him whisper? He said, thank God. Oh, he's ready to get out of there. This man was crashing. Thank goodness he's wearing a dark colored shirt because I'm sure he's got some sweat stains under there. It was the brown guy, says Nikki.
You're not allowed to do anything. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
There's
you'll
one of
sit
those
down.
blackies.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes.
All right, state calling next witness.
He said, thank God. These witnesses are struggling. We're just getting started. Oh, man. He said, thank God. That was crazy. Oh, this is Theo number 2.
Oh, no problem. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. You'll make sure you keep your voice up so that the jurors can hear.
Okay.
State your name for the record and spell your last name.
Hello, I'm Ernest Reyes, R-E-Y-E-S.
All right, state your name, proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes, good voice. You have a voice that travels, so I appreciate that.
Thank
So
you.
if you don't mind, keep that up, all right? Sir, I'm going to go ahead and jump right in and ask you, on April 23rd, 2017, were you traveling with some family and friends?
Yes, correct.
And
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if we could approach briefly.
Sure.
Again, dang, what's going on? They're struggling today. There you go.
All right. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think the last question you were about to answer is, you were on April 23rd, 2017, you were in a vehicle with some family and friends. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you don't mind painting your view over to exhibit number 3 that's on the monitor there. Did you end up at that intersection of McCullough and 410 Access Road?
Yes, yes, correct.
And on that particular day, who was driving the vehicle?
It was me.
It was you?
Yeah.
And when you're driving the vehicle, are you the one that was driving on this particular time when you came up to the red light at that intersection?
Yes, correct.
And did you stop the vehicle?
Yes. Came to a complete stop at the red light.
And your vehicle in relation to other vehicles, were there any vehicles around yours?
Yes, one completely in front of me and one directly in back of me.
And at some point during the stop at the light, did your attention get brought to the vehicle behind you?
Yes.
And do you recall what type of vehicle that was behind you?
I don't know the make or the model, but I do know it was dark black vehicle.
Okay. And what brought your attention to that vehicle behind you?
A person that was in the vehicle with me was notified that.
Objection, hearsay, confrontation.
It's hearsay. Yep, can't say that.
Let me ask you this. At some point you looked at the vehicle behind you, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
How did you look at that vehicle behind you?
Directly through my rear view mirror.
Did you use any other mirrors or devices to look at that vehicle behind you?
I would switch from my rear view, from the side mirrors. So, but it was mainly through the rear view.
I'm going to show you what state exhibit number 1. Is that the vehicle that you were traveling in that day?
Yeah, that's correct.
And who is that driving the vehicle?
That's me.
That is you?
Yeah.
And who is this in the back?
That is my mother.
Okay. Yeah. And then on state exhibit number 2, I'll show you that one also. Is that the same vehicle?
Yeah, correct.
And can you see individuals that are in the back seat?
Yes, that's my niece and her husband and her child, her kid.
Okay, and just the names of those individuals that were in the back?
Ashley and Raul.
Okay, and then who's this individual standing here?
That's my partner, Paul Anthony.
Paul Anthony.
Yeah.
What do you call him?
I call him Anthony, but his family calls him Paul.
And was that the individual that just testified today?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. So you just testified that your attention was brought to that vehicle somehow, and while you're looking at it and through the mirrors of your vehicle, what did you observe?
What did you see?
Yes, it was a clear view. Right away, I saw a passenger waving a pistol, a firearm, directing his attention to the back seat of the car because there was an altercation. I'm not sure what was a struggle in the back seat.
Okay, and so let me ask you, you observed this through the mirror?
Yeah, that's correct.
This is not something that you learned from somebody else?
Oh, no.
This is something that you directly saw looking through the mirror?
Yeah, correct.
And what time of day was this? Well, do you remember what time of day?
So once sun was out, it was about 4 afternoon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, so it was daylight?
Yeah.
So it wasn't like a nighttime thing where you couldn't see very well?
No.
And so when you're looking, you said you saw the passenger, and which passenger in that vehicle in the back? Was it a backseat passenger or a front seat passenger that you saw with a gun?
A front seat passenger.
And
it was the black guy.
Can you give any description of that front seat passenger?
Not a direct. I mean, I couldn't point out facial hair, tattoos, or piercings or anything, but he was just a black male.
Black male?
Yeah.
And
of course, it was a ninja.
I'll just need to ask: could you even tell the age?
If
you can.
Yeah, no.
Okay. And when you're observing this front seat passenger, black male with a gun, you said he was. What was he doing? How was if he's in the passenger seat up there?
Yeah.
And may I just stand here and demonstrate to the jury if you're that black male with the gun, and there's a driver, is that correct?
Yeah, there was a female driver.
A female driver.
Yeah.
And so that I'd be right next to you. So if I'm that female driver, and you're that black male with the gun, do you remember which hand he was using, or if you recall?
His right.
His right hand.
Yeah.
Show the jury what that black male with the gun was doing?
Initially, what I did see, he was reaching over like to the back, swinging it and like trying to intimidate somebody that was back there that they were trying to get a control over or something. I'm not sure.
So in the back seat.
In the back seat, yeah.
And so you're saying swing? Was the person leaning or was he turned around? How was that individual?
The gun was in his right hand and he was just reaching over, like, you know.
And could you tell if it was passengers in the back seat?
I believe I saw 2 individuals. It might have been 3. But yeah,
there was individuals in the back.
Yeah, correct.
And you just stated at least 2, maybe 3.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And did you see any other individual in that car with a gun?
No, sir.
I guess to be fair, you couldn't really see all those passengers in the back seat, so you don't know for certain if somebody may or may not have had a gun.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you see this, I guess what you described as intimidating, or with that gun in the back towards the back seat, what happened at that time? How long? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me retract that question.
Boy, he's
Do you recall how long
struggling.
that interaction
Come on, man.
happened? Was it?
It seemed to be like quick. Everything happened so fast. I was focused on the light changing. My attention was fixed on the back, the car behind us. So, just a lot of emotions going on. It was quick.
It was
like,
a ninja.
And so it was pretty quick, you say, and then did anything of significance happen after you viewed that?
I just seen them to look like to be beating on the person in the back seat. So I don't know if he was forced out or pushed out or willingly or what, but at that point, he did end up on the access road on the outside of the car.
Okay.
Just yelling, saying, just give me my things, give me my things.
Hearsay confrontation.
It is.
All right, excited utterance at this point.
All right, then, counsel, you'll lay the foundation for excited utterance, and then defense, you can make your objection, and court will make a ruling.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Mr. Reyes, when this individual was yelling just words, was he calm, or what was his demeanor?
No, he was in a panic mode. He was just infuriated, like had a lot of adrenaline.
Was he yelling, or was he just saying things like I'm saying now? Was he saying it like that, or was his voice elevated?
No, elevated, yelling, wanting his things back, just saying, give me my things, give me my things.
And did he say anything else?
Not at that moment until I saw what happened next.
Okay, well, and tell the jury what happened next.
At that point, the light did finally turn green, so the car in front of me did move up, and I did get the chance to turn at the light. And at that moment, I was still looking through the rear view, and then even on my side mirror, because at that point he was on the street. And that's when he went in front of the car and he jumped onto the car. And at that point, it was their time to, take off. And that's when the driver sped off. So as I turned on, I believe it was McCullough Street, that right, he was yelling and screaming as he was on the hood, just saying, help, somebody help me, please, somebody help me.
I'm going to renew the objection, and while I recognize the court has asked the prosecutor to lay a foundation for excited utterance, that only would resolve the hearsay component. The confrontation component is not satisfied purely by the fact that it's an excited utterance. That is not a Michigan v. Bryant exception, and I would object under confrontation as well as independent of hearsay.
All right. State, until the foundation is laid as to who the person is, their identification, their objection is going to be sustained.
Motion to instruct the jury to disregard all the testimony about what the man said on the hood of the car.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're disregards the statement
Good objection.
that is attributed to the person who was on the hood of the vehicle.
And motion for mistrial.
Denied.
This person that was on the hood, let's go back to when I believe you used the terminology sped off.
Yeah, correct.
That individual was on the hood at that time?
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you recall at the end of, how fast would you say, how did the vehicle take off? Did it just take off really fast, or did it just sort of glide out of that intersection?
I would say glide and then picked up speed. Yeah.
Was the individual standing on the hood, or how were they on the hood?
No, at that moment he was holding on to not lose his balance or fall off the side, so he was holding on to the, I guess where the windshield is at. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was holding.
He was holding on. Okay. And so now, when you take a right on McCullough, where do you go from there?
I continue straight, and then there's like a shopping center, and then I take a quick left into the shopping parking lot.
And that's a quick left, and that would be, you took a right on McCullough, and then you took a left into this parking lot here?
Yeah, correct.
And then at that point, when you're in this parking lot, where did you drive to?
Well, McCullough, I was taking my time. I was driving slow because I was trying to get the name of the street to inform like the officers, because I believe my niece was on the phone with the police at that time, so I was trying to get the street name because I didn't know. I'm not from that area, so as soon as I got onto the shopping mall parking lot, I just continued straight back.
Okay. And so you just sort of drove through the parking lot?
Yeah, correct.
Did you ever observe or see this vehicle, the darker black vehicle with the individual on the hood?
Yes, I'm sorry. As I was on McCullough.
And let me bring up exhibit number 3, so you point it out there, and then I'll put it on the overhead for you. Can you point here?
Yeah, as I was on, when I took that right, I was still looking over my shoulder like to see, because they continued straight.
They continued straight on the access road?
On the access road.
Okay.
So as I was, I was driving like slow because, like I said, I was trying to get the street name. I was looking over my shoulder to see like where I initially thought they just went all the way straight and continued straight. But as soon as we got in the parking lot, then I noticed like a little further up that I saw the black car speeding around one of the establishments. Like I think it was another building around there.
Okay. And do you see that building? Do you see that building on the map here?
Yeah, but it was like up there around here, Chick-fil-A.
Okay.
They sped in that direction.
In this direction?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, posting state exhibit number 3, you pointed out that the vehicle, that black vehicle was speeding off this way. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what state exhibit number 4 has been entered into evidence. Can you identify that vehicle that's in that photo?
Yeah, that's my vehicle right there.
That's your vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we see it?
And so this is the vehicle. This is behind the Chick-fil-A. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
And that's state exhibit number 4. And did you hear anything when you were in that parking lot?
Yeah, as soon as I got onto the parking lot, I heard a shot. Could have been 2 shots, but I know I heard a gunshot.
You heard gunshot or gunshots?
I would say gunshots.
Okay.
All right. Here we go.
And did y'all ever stop?
After I initially went around the parking lot, I think I took a little circle around. That's when we saw the victim on the parking lot of Chick-fil-A. So I did pull over, and then my family members ran to give him aid to see if he needed help. Or
Now, this person that you classified as a victim that's on the ground,
tough.
Is that the same individual that you had seen on that hood of that vehicle?
Yeah, that's correct.
And so is that the individual that was yelling at that intersection? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And was it also that same individual that was yelling on the hood as it sped off?
Yeah, that's correct.
And what did that individual say?
Objection, hearsay, confrontation.
Yep.
This time you have
Just asked and answered.
All right, so
asked and answered.
You can remain seated when you make your objections. That makes it easy for the court reporter to hear. And defense, what is your objection?
Well, the same objection is before, Your Honor, and I don't think they've laid any additional foundation for what the court has indicated is concern.
All right, and state.
stay with the argument. One, he's been identified. Two is the individual that's deceased. And three, it's a dying declaration. This is an individual that is actually subsequently dies in that parking lot.
All right, with regards to dying declaration,
Yes, Your Honor. Dying declaration is also not an exception to confrontation. There's an additional finding that the court would need to make, and if that kind of issue
Dying
needs to be addressed,
declaration is
that would
first
request
time
a hearing
hearing
outside
that
the
in court.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, if you can step outside for a moment, please. Remember my previous instructions.
All right to review.
So she's giving the jury a break. Let me see what happens when they come back. Because what if the victim said something crazy?
Complicated thought there. Mr. Reyes, I believe I was asking you what this person you indicated as the victim that was on the ground back at the intersection when he was first had gotten out of that vehicle, when he was outside the vehicle, what was he saying at that point, and or yelling at that point?
He was saying, he was just yelling, give me my things. Just give me my things, just give me my things. Like he wanted his property back, whatever it was, I don't know.
And was he saying it, where was he directing that to?
To the people in the vehicle.
And then as you testified earlier, he jumped on the hood of that vehicle.
Yeah, that's correct.
And then as it sped away, when he was holding on, what was he saying then?
That's when I guess, that's when he was saying, just screaming, help me, somebody help me, please, somebody help me.
Thank you, sir. We'll pass the witness.
Yeah.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
So you observed this first because of what someone else told you. You didn't key in on your eyesight originally, right?
We were notified.
Without going into what you were told, did somebody else call your attention to it, or did you see it first?
No, we were notified to watch out or be careful.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive hearsay
Sustained.
presentation. If the court could just instruct him to answer my question, did someone else point it out to him, or did he see it first?
They pointed it out to me.
Okay, and then you saw it in the rearview mirror?
Yes, that's when I.
Was it your side rearview mirror, or was it your rearview mirror in the passenger compartment of your car?
The top rearview mirror.
Okay, and so looking back there, you also saw the people that were in the back seat of your car, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and so you said that you saw someone in the front seat, and then you made a motion like this. Do you recall doing that with Mr. Garahan a moment ago?
Yes, correct.
They were holding a gun, you saw a gun, and they made a motion like that.
Yeah, that's when I saw the pistol because he was they were waving it around like.
So help me, just for the sake of the record, this and that don't really come across very well for the court reporter, so just tell me if you disagree with this description of what you did. You're holding your hand like you were holding a gun in your right hand, and you made a motion where you sort of brought that arm up, and your hand sort of landed on your shoulder as though you were going to toss the gun behind your back. That's kind of what it looked like as you were doing it. Do you agree with that's what you're trying to do?
No.
Okay.
The person in the passenger side,
get it together.
Like reached over with the gun. He didn't. He turned his body. He fully turned his body, and he was like waving the pistol to the back.
Was he wearing a seatbelt?
I assume no, because he was reaching.
No? Is that what you said? I don't want you to answer a question if you don't know the answer. Yes or no? Do you know whether he was wearing a seatbelt?
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't wearing a seatbelt.
No.
Okay. Now, this was what, 7.5 years ago?
Correct.
And out of curiosity, have you spoken with the prosecutors at any point in getting ready for this trial since this incident happened?
Initially, when they called me in,
When was that?
saying, to be here, they went over.
When did they call you?
I believe I'm not sure the exact date, but it was about 3 weeks ago, I believe.
Okay. Did you come physically into the courthouse or to the DA's office to meet with them?
Yes.
Did they say they pay you?
They showed photos and then the video.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you listened to your audio recorded statement?
From the police, from.
I mean, did you read or listen to anything that were your words?
Yes, correct, from the police officer.
Okay, did you read or listen to anything that wasn't your words?
No.
Okay. Now, I want to get back to this issue with with the motion that he made and the motion that you were gesturing to the jury. Okay, you say his seatbelt was on. So in terms of the torso of his body, was his belly button?
Judge, this is a mischaracterization of the testimony given.
All right, if you could ask your question.
Did you testify that the seatbelt was on a moment ago?
No, I would say it was off.
Okay, the seatbelt was off.
Off, yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Was the belly button was his belly button facing towards your car, or was it facing the other direction, towards the back seat?
To the side.
So the belly button would have been facing the driver?
I would assume he would, because he was.
Okay, I don't want you to assume.
Yes,
So,
correct, yes.
So help me understand.
Come on, man. Just
when I
tell
say
him
the
what you
belly
know.
button, I want to understand where is this man's torso that you're observing. If Mr. Goldstein here is the driver of a car, and I'm the passenger in the front passenger seat of that car,
He's getting
and
a
I'm
little
looking
flustered.
at your car, and you're saying that the person you saw in this seat is having a fight with someone in the back seat, right?
Yes, no, his torso, his belly button, as you're saying, was faced to the driver.
Okay, so he's faced like this, and his neck is craned this way, so that
Not all the way completely like that.
Y'all were right in saying he looks like a lawyer from the 80s. He even sounds like a lawyer from the 80s. Maybe he's a time traveler. I don't know.
Okay.
Just had to
Is he
stop
attacking
and
the
say
man
it.
in the seat behind the driver? Is he attacking the man in the middle seat?
In the
Is he
middle.
attacking the man behind his seat?
The middle seat.
That's
Attacking
crazy.
the man in the middle seat.
Correct.
Okay. With his right hand or his left?
Is right.
Okay. So he's got a gun in that hand, right?
Correct.
Okay. So he's attacking with the same hand as the gun,
Correct.
and he's using the gun as a bludgeon, right? Like a club.
Correct.
He's not trying to shoot somebody with it, but you can tell he's using it to hit somebody with it.
Correct.
Okay. And so you're saying that this is how you saw it, striking across his body.
You could say yes, yes.
Okay. What color was the gun?
I don't know my gun types. I don't own a firearm, but
I don't know what color it was.
You know your
it
colors
was
though.
black.
It was a black gun.
Yes.
What
Yeah,
color? I'm sorry. What kind of hair was he displaying? Was it long? Was it short?
What is that? What does that mean? I'm sorry.
Well, okay, like my hair's kind of longer than yours, right?
I couldn't give you a full description of the person, like I said before. Like I didn't know if they had piercings, tattoos, long hair, short hair. I just know, he was a black male and a passenger.
Okay. Fair to say the gun probably plays a bigger role in your memory than what his face looked like.
I was fixed on everything going on. I was fixed on everything that was going on. So I was not just fixed on him. I was
The whole situation.
exactly.
Okay. You don't remember if there were 2 or 3 people in the back seat, correct?
There was 2, but it could have been 3.
Okay. You don't know if there were any other guns in the car or not. You didn't see any.
No,
But you're not saying that there couldn't have been, right?
correct.
Did you see anyone struggling over any belongings, a bag, a backpack, anything like that?
Yes, the individual in the back seat.
Okay. You never told the police that, though, did you?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's been so long ago. Like
You said 3 weeks ago you reviewed your video, right?
yes, correct.
That wasn't so long ago, was it?
But as I go along, like the memory comes back.
Oh, okay. We're not talking about that question. What I'm asking you is, when you spoke to the police officers in 2017, your memory was fresher then than it is now, right?
Yeah, of course.
Did you tell the police at that time that you saw a struggle over a bag?
I didn't say a bag. I said there was a struggle in the back seat. I didn't say a bag.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Is like, did you see contents of a bag?
No, I did not.
And fair to say, because of the way his body is turned, you're not looking at his face head on the way that you and I are looking at each other, right?
Yes, correct.
You're looking at him in profile.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Did you talk to the prosecutors about a bag?
No.
Okay.
What's the bag?
Now, when, to be clear, you did not see him get shot, correct?
Just a little snack.
Yes, that's correct. I did. Yeah.
You all were way past the Chick-fil-A in the parking lot of the other businesses in that strip mall when you heard the gunshot.
Yeah, I was making my way into the parking lot when we heard the shots.
And you and the other people in your car talked about what each of you saw before you spoke with police, right?
No, I mean I gave my personal, what I saw and heard. That's what I gave.
Did you speak with Mr. Caballero about what you saw before the police arrived?
And we talked about what had occurred that day, but I mean.
That's what I'm asking. Did you and the other people in your car that day talk
sure.
about what you saw?
Yeah,
before you
correct.
spoke to police?
Yeah.
Okay. So some of what you have testified to today your memory may be impacted by what other people say they saw. Would that be fair?
Not quite. I mean, I'm telling you what I've seen and I heard that day.
Well, have you ever played the game of telephone?
No.
Do you know what that game's like or how you play it?
No.
They're gonna
You ever
object
played
if
a
he
game
keeps
where
going down this way.
somebody whispers something in somebody's ear and then they whisper it in somebody else's ear and it passes
Object,
around and then
prosecutors.
you finally get to hear what it comes back through after it goes through 4 or 5 people?
Judge, I'm just gonna argue relevance.
There it goes.
All right, I'll be
There's the objection. I knew it was coming.
Everybody in that car had a slightly different angle on what they saw, right?
Right.
Because they're sitting in different places.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And so you don't know exactly what, for instance, Ashley saw or what Mr. Caballero saw that maybe you did see or maybe didn't see, right?
Yeah.
And you don't know what they heard or didn't hear
Yeah, that's correct.
comparatively, right?
Correct.
What you do know is that all of you talked about what each of you saw and heard after the fact, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And there were 3 adults and 1 child in the back seat of the car?
Correct.
Did you get a sense of we're talking about the people in the back seat of the car. You said that the woman who was driving the car was white. You said the man in the front passenger seat was black. What about the racial makeup of the people in the back seat of the car? Did you see any of that?
Yes, the only person I did see or could see in the back seat was the one sitting right directly in the middle, which was the victim, the Hispanic individual. He was the one sitting in the middle.
This Hispanic individual. That's nice.
Pass witness.
State.
No question.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused by the state, Your Honor.
Excused by the defense.
The rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone or watch anything while the trial is proceeding. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Be sure to leave the microphone.
Okay, thank you.
There it
State, call your
goes.
next witness.
Another shaky
State calls
witness.
Elaine Hester Rogers.
All right, who's Elaine? And we might get day 2 should be starting here shortly, y'all. We'll get a little bit more of this day 1 testimony and get right into day 2.
That's right. You see that little mic, this thing right here?
Yeah.
You grab that and just put it on the lapel of your shirt. That's for the court reporter to be able to hear you. And then this is a microphone for all the courtroom. You will speak into that, please, okay?
Okay, like this.
Yes. Now, could you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Just make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear. And if you could state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
My name is Hester E. Rogers. My last name is spelled R-O-G-E-R-S.
All right, state you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Rogers, how old are you currently?
I will be 58 this July.
Okay. And where were you born?
I was born in Elizabethtown, Kentucky.
Okay. And do you currently live in San Antonio, Texas?
No, ma'am. I currently reside in Crescent Valley, Nevada.
Okay. And did you used to live in San Antonio, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. About how long did you live in San Antonio, Texas?
It varies.
she's
Throughout my
struggling.
whole life, I have moved down here. It's been 5 years or more each time that I lived in San Antonio, though.
Okay. Now I want to talk to you about April 23rd, 2017. So we've spoken about the case via Zoom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so when I spoke with you, you had a chance to review a statement that you gave to law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and regarding that statement, that was, I guess, you were taken down to the police station on that day, April 23rd of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you met with a detective on that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so that detective typed out your statement for you, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
After you relayed the information to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then after that was completed, did you have a chance to review the statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you signed it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
And, you know, there's been some mention, I mean, this happened back in 2017, so would this statement help refresh your memory at any given point if you needed to refer to it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm tendering what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 6 for identification purposes to defense.
Your Honor, our objection would just be that there's been no foundation that she lacks that memory.
It's
All right, that's gotta be overruled.
It's a nice try.
all right. Now, I want to talk to you about the day, April 23rd, 2017. Do you remember what you were doing that day?
Yes, ma'am. I had actually been homeless at that time, and I was out flying a sign at McCullough and 410 Access
That's
to
sad.
get money to try to have a place to stay that night. I just was standing at a bus stop waiting when I seen this whole thing go down.
That's
And
terrible.
was that bus stop located at McCullough and 410 Access Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point while you were standing there at the bus stop, did a car get your attention?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to waiting.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Yes, ma'am. A car did get my attention. Actually, 2 cars that day got my attention.
Okay, so the first
another car had the gas cap open, and I just told them so they could shut it. But the second car was what
so she was the
really
one.
got my attention.
Okay, so that first car, you said the gas cap was open, is that correct? Okay, and so you
Now
notified
it's
them
all
of
coming
that?
together.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then after that, can you tell me more about the second car and why that car caught your attention?
Well, I happened to notice a fight in the car. You know, the front passenger was turned around and was biting somebody in the back seat, and I didn't know who it was. And then the passenger in the back seat jumped out and screamed help and was yanked back in the car. That really got my attention. It's like, wait a minute, somebody needs help here.
Okay, and regarding that vehicle that the fight was going on in, do you recall what color the vehicle was?
I believe it was black at the time.
Okay, and so do you know what the driver of that vehicle looked like?
She was a Hispanic female, and her hair was dyed blonde. At the time, I believe I saw her wear a white t-shirt.
Okay, and regarding that front passenger of that black motor vehicle, do you recall what he looked like at all?
I knew he was about a medium skinned black guy that had about a 2-inch afro, and there was like a little blonde streak in his afro. He was brandishing a firearm at the time.
Okay,
She said
and so you
brandishing.
observed this front
Okay.
passenger with a firearm in his hand, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so when you say that he was brandishing the firearm, can you kind of explain that to me? How was he doing that?
When he was turned around fighting whoever in the back seat, I could see him holding the gun up like this. And that's how I noticed he had a gun in his hand. I seen it through the windshield.
Okay, and in your demonstration, you're using your right hand. Is that the hand that the person was using to hold
Yes,
the
ma'am.
firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so when you say that their front passenger was fighting with someone in the back seat, can you kind of describe the motions that you were observing in that motor vehicle?
It was like they were swinging their arm,
Okay.
you know,
They
and
was
then they were
fighting.
holding the gun up.
Okay. And then you said that you heard the person in the back seat yell help, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection to leading, Your Honor, that, I believe that was the
With
testimony.
regards to leading, that'll be sustained.
Move to instruct the jury to disregard the question and the answer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you'll disregard the question and answer for that last question and answer.
Motion for mistrial, Your Honor.
Denied.
Okay, and
Oh,
so
dang.
when you were standing at the bus stop and you're observing this, what you described as fight going on, did you hear anything from the person in the back seat?
When he jumped out the car the first time, he said, "Help."
Objection,
which
hearsay,
meant-
conference.
Yeah.
All right, that's overruled.
It's not
Okay,
hearsay.
so he said help. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. And after that, what did the person that exited the vehicle? Do you remember what he looked like at all? The person that exited the back seat?
Just a Hispanic male.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure on details of features, but
No, that's fine.
I do
Thank you.
remember him being a young Hispanic male.
Okay. And so when that person exits the motor vehicle, what does he do after he's yelling for help?
The second time he jumped out, it looked like he was trying to run away, and it looked like he had come from that back to go around the front of the car. At the time, the light turned green, and the girl hit the gas pedal, and he wound up on the hood of the car.
Okay. Do you remember how he was positioned on the hood of the car? If you can't recall, that's fine.
I'm not quite sure. I don't want to state something that may be wrong.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so
That's a good answer.
when that individual, that Hispanic male, was yelling for help, did anyone help him?
No, because nobody really saw but me.
Oh, okay. And once he ended up on the hood of the car, were you able to
Just
see?
one moment.
Oh, sorry.
Jurors, do y'all need a break? Anyone? All right, can I have a attorney's approach?
This lady, she's holding her own. She's doing a great job. It's a good witness. And I love how they're building the story too.
You may continue.
Thank you. All right, and so were you able to see where that black motor vehicle went after the light turns green and that Hispanic male's on the hood of the car?
Yes, ma'am. It pulled into a parking lot that Chick-fil-A was in.
Okay. And so once you see that black motor vehicle turn off into the Chick-fil-A parking lot, did you hear anything at that point?
Yes, ma'am. That's when I heard 2 gunshots.
Okay.
She heard
just to
2
be clear,
gunshots.
You know, from where you were
Okay.
standing at that bus stop at the intersection, you were not able to observe the shooting. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. There's a wall that was there.
Okay. And that day, did you make contact with police on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so that's what we talked about earlier, right? That you made contact with police on that day. You were given a ride downtown, and you told them what you observed on that day. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall the age of the driver and the passenger?
All of them looked kind of young, at least between 18 and 21. They were really young.
All right. We pass the witness round. All right.
Amy, why don't you do
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Rogers. How are you?
Okay, and how are you?
Amy, that's
Well, thank
terrible.
you. I just have a few questions for you. You had testified a moment ago that nobody really saw what was going on but you. Do you recall explaining that to the prosecutor?
Yes, the reason why I thought that was because I was right there in front of the vehicle. I was like maybe 20, 25 feet from the vehicle, and everybody else that witnessed it, besides the cars around them, were over in a hotel parking lot at least, I can't even guesstimate, further than 100 feet from the vehicle.
Fair to say you didn't see anybody from any other
Amy just
vehicle
sent me
come to
that.
their aid?
No.
You
That's why I
mentioned that you
can't
saw
see it.
another vehicle that day that had a gas cap that was open.
Yes, sir.
Did you notice the demeanor or the behavior of the people in that vehicle with the gas cap?
No. I didn't pay attention. I just let them know that.
Okay. You said that there were 2 Hispanic males in the back seat?
I believe so.
Okay. And just to be clear, you described the individual that you saw in the front seat as having an afro about 2 inches in length, right?
Yes.
And there was a white or blonde streak on the left side of the man's head?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to, for vantage point's sake, are you, you're on the curb of the curb that would be next to the access road, right?
Yes, sir. I was actually at the bus stop right there.
Okay.
Because once you pass the light, you go up the access road. So I was right there at the bus stop.
Okay. And so from that point, you said you were flying your sign. Is that on the passenger side of this vehicle or the driver's side of this vehicle?
Passenger side.
Okay. So let's just say that I'm sitting at that bus stop, and I'm observing this, is the passenger's side car door, the front passenger side car door directly in front of your field of view, or is it slightly off to this side or this side?
I would say it was slightly off to this side.
To the left?
Yes.
Okay. So
I was standing there able to face it, but it was one car back from where I was at.
one car back from where you were
Yes.
at. So would you say that what you were observing, you were looking at through the front windshield of that car or the side windshield?
The front windshield.
Okay. And again, you said blonde or white streak in the man's hair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also indicated that the man was holding a gun and you made a gesture, but I just want to get a sense, where was the gun barrel pointed when you saw the man holding the gun?
Straight up.
Straight up?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see it pointed at anyone in the car?
Not in the car. Outside the car, he pointed it at the guy, but not in the car.
Okay. And when you indicated that there was, fighting and swinging of arms, you made a gesture that looked to me like maybe you were indicating that a different arm was used for the punch or the swinging
Yes.
with the gun. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you don't think the gun was being held in the hand that was doing the swinging?
No.
Okay. You indicated that the gun was gunmetal gray?
That I remember, yes.
And you believed it was a 9mm?
Well, they need to fix that
Yes.
camera.
Okay. Do you have any experience with firearms?
Why would she
Not
think it
really.
was
My brother owned a 45. My cousin owned a 40. I mean, not really. Just what I've seen they have.
Okay, and based on that, just sort of anecdotal experience, it didn't look like a 45 or a 40 to you. It looked like a
No.
9.
Yes.
Okay. So you know enough to know what a 9mm is.
Yes.
Okay.
So she been around. I wonder what her story is.
I noticed that you're wearing glasses today.
Yes, sir.
Were you wearing glasses on that day as well? Or did you?
I believe I was. I've been wearing glasses for a long time, since my 40s.
Pass witness. Thank you, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor, and excused by state.
Excuse?
Yes, Your Honor.
The rule has been invoked.
There you
You're
go.
not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone until these proceedings have ended. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you'll remove the microphone and you may step down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry I hit that Oliver with my hand.
State, call your next witness.
The
I
state
think
calls
we might have
Lasagna
one more
Robinson.
witness.
Thank you.
You said Lasagna Robinson.
Correct.
Yeah, she did a good job. Let me know what y'all think about that last witness.
Could you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury can hear. If you'll state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
She was really good.
Lasagna Robinson, R-O-B-I-N-S-O-N.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Robinson, will you let the jury know how you're presently employed?
As a paralegal / custodian of records for SAPD Communications.
Okay, when you say SAPD, is that San Antonio Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, and as a custodian of records with the San Antonio Police Department, can you explain to the jury your duties in that role?
Yes, that's to maintain and maintenance the records, to pull upon request and to retrieve and send as requested.
And is that 911 calls?
911 calls, yes.
Okay, and so you maintain the 911 calls for SAPD, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can you just briefly explain to the jury how these 911 calls are kept?
They are stored on a digital database, and they're kept on that database until it's time for us to, until we get a request to retrieve them or send them out, and then they're uploaded into another database.
Okay, and are these calls maintained in the normal course of business?
Y'all like the glasses?
Yes.
All right. And when somebody calls 911, is there any documentation that's generated when that call is created?
Yes, it's called an incident detail report.
Okay. And the devices that you were saying, are those digital devices where they're stored?
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention now to April 23rd of 2017. Do you know if SAPD received any emergency calls that day associated with SAPD incident number SAPD 2017-04-24102?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know the total amount, or did SAPD receive 3 calls?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 7, 8, and 9. Do you know what is contained on State's Exhibits 7, 8, and 9?
The 3 audio or 911 audio calls that came in.
All right, and have you reviewed these discs?
I have.
Okay, so you've reviewed States 7, States 8, and States 9?
Yes.
Okay, and looking at States Exhibits 7 through 9 inclusive, do they all contain an identifying mark on there?
Yes.
And is that how you're able to realize that you've listened to States 7 through 9 inclusive?
Yes.
Okay. And just starting, well, have you listened to States Exhibits 7 through 9 inclusive?
Yes, I have.
All right, and specifically regarding States Exhibit number 7, can you identify who the call taker is on that call?
Yes, his name is Xavier.
Okay, and do you know who made that call?
Her name was Anna.
Okay, and she was she was a refused caller, is that correct?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, on State 7, who was the
Okay,
caller?
so I have the 3 calls written down. I don't know what order you have yours in.
Okay, if you want to...
Is this the first?
If you just want to take a look, so States Exhibit number 7 is...
Okay.
You've listened to it,
Yes.
All right, and so who was the caller on that?
She refused to give her name.
Okay, thank you. And regarding States Exhibit number 8, who was the caller on that one?
Elizabeth.
Okay, and regarding States Exhibit number 9, who was the caller on that one?
Anna.
Okay, and States number 9 on the call where Anna is the person that called in, who was the call taker on that one?
Xavier.
Okay, and regarding States Exhibit number 8, where Elizabeth is the one that called in, who was the call taker on that?
Howard.
Okay, and were these phone calls all made on April 23rd of 2017?
Yes.
And are they uniquely identified by that incident number, SAPD 2017-04-24102?
Yes.
Okay, and since you've reviewed States 7 through 9 and inclusive, are they a true and accurate copy of the 911 calls as SAPD received them?
Yes.
Okay, and were they made on a device that's capable of capturing an accurate recording?
Yes.
Okay, and was the operator competent to operate that device?
Yes.
Okay, and so it's an accurate representation of the statements made on that day?
Yes.
And has States 7 through 9 inclusive been altered in any manner?
No.
All right. Your Honor, I'm tendering States 7 through 9 inclusive to defense and state offers at this time.
Your Honor, the foundation for their chain of custody can be established through this witness, but as to some of those questions, I guess I briefly would our witness.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. You were not the person who took any of these calls, correct?
That's correct.
And so you were not listening in on these calls when they were made?
No.
And so as to the questions that were put to you about whether or not these calls have been modified or altered in any way, you never heard the call as it was being laid down to record, right?
Well, yes, because as the call comes in, it is recorded in real time.
I'm asking, did you personally hear the recording?
Did I hear the record? Yes, I heard the recording.
When the person got on the phone and called 911, you were not listening in on that phone call as it was being said, correct?
No.
Okay.
There
You
you
have
go.
heard a recording since?
Yes.
Okay. So you do not have personal knowledge as to whether this truly and accurately depicts the phone calls that are made on it, correct?
Well, the call is recorded in real time.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that, but as to whether or not it accurately depicts how the call was made, you're not the person to ask because you weren't on the call, correct?
No, I wasn't on the call.
That would be my objection, no. And hearsay and confrontation.
All right, any response?
Judge, it's not, well, the confrontation clause doesn't apply because the statements are non-testimonial. They were not made in advance of a criminal prosecution.
Interesting.
And as far as hearsay, I mean, there's an exception, so present since impression.
Well, Your Honor, I am not going to accept that at face value, and this is not a Michigan v. Bryant example, and there's been no foundation laid of that, and this would not be the witness to
I'm
lay
going to
that.
object to his speaking objection, Your Honor, and if the court needs case law, I can provide that.
All right, so State's Exhibit number 7, 8, and 9 are admitted over objection.
May we publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So they lost that one. I don't know. How do y'all feel about this defense team so far? Let me ask y'all in a poll and see. And remember, reasonable doubt. Don't forget that reasonable doubt.
I just witnessed a gun shooting.
A what, ma'am?
A gun shooting.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, ma'am, where are you?
It's Joe's Maltzberger and 410 by the Chick-fil-A and Joanne Fast.
On 410 or Joe's Maltzberger? Ma'am, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Joe's Maltzberger and 410.
Okay. What's going on?
A guy on the hood of a car that was driving, and they pulled into the Chick-fil-A parking lot, and the passenger shot his gun at the guy on the hood.
Okay. So, was the Chick-fil-A, was that on, it was on Joe's Maltzberger? Was that inside or outside the loop, ma'am?
Was it inside or outside? Outside? Inside the car, it's across from North Star Mall. It is. It's outside, just outside the loop.
Okay, because outside on Joe's Maltzberger right there, I'm throwing hotels, and then the Hampton Inn, and the 4 Points Inn, the Drury Inn.
Right, it's like in that center. There's a Joanne Fabric, there's a Prosecution strip club, there's a Chick-fil-A, there's some strip clubs.
Okay, so on Joe's Maltzberger, you're Chick-fil-A?
Yes.
Okay, and what kind of vehicle was it, ma'am?
What kind of vehicle was it? I don't know, it was like a black car.
Okay. And who did you shoot at, ma'am?
I'm sorry?
And who did you shoot at?
The guy that was on the hood.
So the guy on the hood didn't have the gun, it was somebody else?
It was the passenger in the car that had the gun and was shooting at the guy on the hood of the car.
There you go.
Okay. And where are they still in the parking lot?
No, we kept driving because we were on 410, and so we kept driving. I'm not going to pull into a parking lot where someone has a gun.
Right, no, ma'am, I understand. Could you tell what the guy on the hood looked like, what he was wearing?
It looked like a Hispanic guy with glasses on the hood, with like white jeans and a white shirt. Yeah. And then there was an African American guy in the passenger seat that opened the door and shot at them.
That's what I'm saying. Just send the cops.
They hit him. It looked like it. He was like right in front of him. I can't imagine he was dead.
How long ago did you see this, man?
Just right when I called you.
Okay. Okay, ma'am, and do you know if they pulled off, or did they park and get out, or do you know what happened?
We kept driving. They were parked in the parking lot when the passenger got out and shot at the guy on the hood.
Okay.
And then I don't know what happened after that. Because like I said, we were getting on 410. So we kept going down 410, and I don't know what happened.
Okay.
I'm just trying to tell you that someone needs help because they're shot in the parking lot.
No, ma'am, I've already sent this over for us to get officers on the way. I'm just trying to figure out, what they all look like, or where they went, or just so they can find them when they get out there,
I have no idea, but I can tell you that the windshield of the car is shattered because the guy, it looked like hit the windshield also. So
he shot through So he shot through the window?
Yeah, it looks like he hit the window when he shot her.
Okay, and it was a black sedan, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to give your name? Hello, ma'am?
Hello?
Do you want to leave your name?
She's about to hang up.
No, I mean...
Oh, you don't have it?
Okay, no, I'm just trying to tell you that someone needs help because they were just shot.
Okay, so did you see them get hit, though?
I mean, the guy was right in front of his face. I don't know how he would have missed. I mean, I wasn't in the parking lot. I was getting on the highway. I don't know what else I can tell you.
Okay, do you know what the gun looks like?
Oh my God, no, they're in a parking parking lot and being on the highway. I have no idea what the gun looked like. It was a small handgun, not like an AK-47 or something.
Okay. All right, man. Well, we're getting out there, okay?
All right, thank you.
Jeez. Yo, shout out to her for trying. I would have got frustrated.
All right, is this witness excused?
By the state, yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone during the proceeding of this trial. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Make sure you leave the microphone behind you.
Thank you.
Just to make sure I'm correct, all 3 calls were admitted, right?
Yes.
All right, there we go. That was the final
All right,
witness.
State, are you resting for today?
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to come back tomorrow at 1:30, and I will tell you, we will start exactly at 1:30. I only have 2 matters in the morning tomorrow that are unrelated to this case, but I must take up those matters, all right? So the same rules apply. You're not allowed to view anything. If somebody asks you if you're on a jury, you can say, yes, I have jury duty. I'm serving on a jury. But you're not allowed to discuss anything that you've heard in this case. You're not allowed to start deliberating. If you see anything about this case anywhere, turn it off. Do not listen to it. You are not allowed to do any investigation. Everything that you don't know about this case is to come from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand?
Yes,
all right,
Your
Cindy, we
Honor.
can go off the record. So the same rules I gave you yesterday about the parking, that applies for tomorrow because the same number of jurors are going to be brought up. If you want to make sure that you have a parking space, if you arrive by about 12:30, you should have a space because people sometimes go off campus for lunch. Okay, with that being said, drive home safely.
All right, so jury.
All right, shout out to the jury. There it is, man. That was all of day 1. Yeah, we're going to watch some of day 2. Probably not too much, but I'll give y'all a little bit of it. So we're going to go ahead and get into day 2 here shortly. But let me know what y'all think of each one of these witnesses in the comments and in the chat. Which one was your favorite? Who you think made the most sense? And did all the stories go together? I don't know. I'll be interested to see what y'all think. All right, here we go. Yep, y'all are saying they're live. I've got the live stream pulled up here. So we're going to go ahead and get started with day 2 here shortly. So let me get this updated. I'm going to read some of these, some of y'all super chats, and then we'll get into it as soon as they start. They should be starting here in a second. Yes. Shout out to Amy. See, now Amy's got y'all saying that, man. Libby said, I like the Monsters Inc. lady. Don't listen to Amy, man. That's crazy. All right, what are we saying up in here? Shout out to the super chat gang in the building. We've got Hilya is in here with the 5 bomb, says, can she get into serious trouble for lying? She is talking about the woman that allegedly lied when it came to calling the police about young Scooter. Yeah, the answer is yes. She can be held responsible, and then the police show up and then someone dies as a result of that. There's apparently something that she could be held responsible for for that as well. And shout out to Lone Wolf, just became a new member. Welcome to Gold. Good to see you over there. Make sure you check out the members only content. And then we've got my guy, Mr. Brownie here, dropping the 5 bomb. What does he say? He says, truly a blessing. So great for you to be here, Mr. Brown. I appreciate the love and support that you show to the community and the show. And hopefully you're healing well and doing better, man. Amy's got y'all in there calling her the Monsters Inc. lady. That's crazy. We've got the car story was iffy to me. I believe the Monsters Inc. lady. Amy is very funny. She is. Was he standing or on all fours? Only one witness verified it. Yep, I agree. And it was weird how I get what the defense is trying to say is that maybe he was the aggressor initially. Do they know where the gun came from? Who initially had the gun? How the whole thing started? Because what it sounds like from each one of these witnesses is that nobody saw how the fight started. All they saw was they were in the Chick-fil-A parking lot. Somebody was doing something with a gun. And then the other guy got out, jumped on the hood. He was either on all fours or kicking the windshield in, whichever one. And then that's why we are where we are. The dispatcher ain't a detective. Yeah, he was over there asking crazy questions like, can you just send the police? Dang. It's like, where are you? Oh, what happened? Oh, really? He was on the hood? Oh, that's crazy. And what else happened? Was he wearing a shirt? I know the dispatcher's just trying to do their job. I get it. And I see an African-American man, universal translation. Please hurry immediately. Well, all the Hispanic poppies are out here. I don't want to get beat up. The defense is asking too many questions that feel like distractions. They all said the same thing. I could see that. I just assumed that's why Ann was asking, since she's Hispanic, her husband might be if he has a Hispanic last name. It's Texas, baby. The Mexican poppies are out here. Shout out to the Mexican poppies. I definitely need a hearing aid. All them mortars going off and sleeping on the gun line. Dang, Tay. Oh, that's tough. We appreciate you, though. I wear glasses like this. That's inside. That's when I go outside. What's their last name? These lawyers ask the witness about their whole story. They should go ahead and ask the race of their spouse. Oh, man. And I actually saw an update I wanted to give to y'all. Let me see if I could find this while we're waiting for Judge Boyd to get started. What she said, let me actually double check and see if she started on her YouTube channel, because she has a YouTube channel as well. Shout out to Miss Candy. She said, what I miss?
And on the 10th, if you'll make sure that you have all the discovery.
So she's working. All right. Well, we get to watch Judge Boyd.
All right. Thank you. You're welcome.
We get to watch Judge Boyd again.
Judge,
Yes.
when the jury comes back, trying to get my belt.
No problem.
I was in the restroom and one of them came in. Would you let them know that we're not trying to be rude?
Oh, sure. No, I will. All right.
Yeah, Nosy Rosie. We watched her channel yesterday.
All right. So
Amy says, I've got a poppy,
Norma, I need
aka
somebody
Daddy.
from Mac to come down Tuesday.
All right, give me 1 second, y'all.
All right. And then let me see the file on Williams, if I don't have that, please. No, I mean, I need to see the file on this attorney. I'm gonna say on this defendant.
Yeah. You have the ones that are like, I didn't realize that. Could you do it through that?
All right, and then on Williams, what is happening with this? Okay. Oh, yeah. I'll need to move it over a little bit more this way. No more. No, the jury box should not be shown. A little bit more. Yep, that's it. Thank you. And who's the attorney? All right, then we can hold his time till 2. And if he doesn't show up, we'll recall him for tomorrow. Thank you. All right, could you bring up Mr. McIntyre when you all have a chance?
He's here, Your Honor.
All right. All right, we're going to go on the record. We're back on the record in 2019 CR 12495 State versus Tamar McIntyre. Can I have the parties announced?
Megan Galloway and Jason Garrahan.
9-5 State versus Tamar McIntyre. Can I have the parties announced?
Megan Galloway and Jason Garrahan for the state of Texas.
John Hunter, Jerry Goldstein, and Thomas Lane for Mr. McIntyre. Mr. McIntyre's present. Your Honor, we're ready to proceed.
All right. So where we left off is that the state had informed the court that the information that was additional information that was given to the defense January 28, 2025 to on or about January 28, 2025 to February 3rd, 2025, that they are in agreement to exclude that.
Sorry about the echo, y'all.
Given to the defense on.
All right. And then that just leaves the information that was given to the defense on.
All right, so we're gonna go back into
in the year 2017. So did y'all have a chance to confirm?
We're gonna go back into the better camera view here. Shout out to Zoom, and y'all make sure go subscribe to Judge Boyd's YouTube channel. She does some amazing work, and she does not play around. She's very knowledgeable. It's also entertaining. So yeah, that's my bad. I got y'all right. Okay, so let's rewind a little bit. So we have some kind of delay here, and then we'll get started. All right, boom. All right, so we're getting back into day 2 of this TAY trial. So y'all get ready. Judge Boyd is ready to go, and we're going to be hearing from the next witnesses here. So let's see what's going on today.
9-5 State versus Tamar McIntyre. Can I have the parties announced?
Megan Galloway and Jason Garrahan for the state of Texas.
John Hunter, Jerry Goldstein, and Thomas Lane for Mr. McIntyre. Mr. McIntyre's present. Your Honor, we're ready to proceed.
All right. So where we left off is that the state had informed the court that the information that was additional information that was given to the defense January 28, 2025 to on or about January 28, 2025 to February 3rd, 2025, that they are in agreement to exclude that?
Yes, Judge.
All right. And then that just leaves the information that was given to the defense on in the year 2017. So did y'all have a chance to confer with each other and to let the defense know what part of the information from 2017 you were seeking to use?
I have, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. We met with Ms. Galloway and went over her proposed exhibits. Our concern is that without the entirety of the data with the UFED reader and the digestible format from 2025, our ability to have any sense of what the context of those exhibits is, or if there's more to any of the things offered in that exhibit, is severely hampered. And so I don't think that a partial exclusion as a remedy would solve the concerns that we make, because we haven't had time to be able to make use of the 2025 data that may underlie some of it. The state's proffer of exhibits includes the underlying identifying slides that would show the make and model of the phone, its serial number when it was made, those kinds of things that more readily identify the phone, and then a series of photographs of Mr. McIntyre with some are selfies by himself, some are of family members, some are with other individuals.
With regards to the make and model of the phone was seized, so you would have known the type of phone it was and what the make and model of it was, since you've had access, knowledge of the phone. You've had knowledge of the phone since 2017 at least.
Well, we didn't have access.
And Your Honor, I mean, as a practical matter, if we're talking about the identifiers of the phone themselves, if that was the only thing that the state was offering out of the phone, then we would, of course, without waiving our objections under the motion to suppress,
But counsel,
not have anything.
you said that your issue, the things that you were concerned about, one of them was the make and model of the phone. Did I hear incorrectly? That's what you were saying. So.
No, Your Honor, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. I said several things. I'm giving you a litany of all of the things that the prosecutor just showed us, which were to include identifiers of the phone, photographs of Mr. McIntyre, photographs of some of Mr. McIntyre's family and friends, photographs of Mr. McIntyre, ostensibly, Mr. McIntyre doing certain things like filling out a document. What the prosecutor is going to argue with those things, obviously, is beyond the purview of this. I can't tell that in advance, and I don't have the metadata, so if I hear an argument from the prosecutor about what one of those photographs means, or why it is significant, or why it proves some element of the offense, I wouldn't be able to go into the metadata to try and demonstrate why the prosecutor's interpretation is wrong. The other thing I want to make clear of, though, is that there's a secondary concern, which is that contemporaneous with the state's 2025 production of this secondary dump with the UFED reader, as the court will recall, it came to the defense's attention that in, I believe, 2019 or 2020, the cooperating accomplice witness, Joanna Reyes, went on the record in this court pursuant to her plea agreement and gave testimony under oath as a condition of her plea outlining her involvement and participation in the alleged offense. And we were not made aware of the existence of that transcript until January of this year. The court had a hearing on the matter, and the matter was unsealed from her cause number so that we would have access to that information in advance of trial. There are some concerning aspects of Ms. Reyes' testimonial account that differ from previous statements that Ms. Reyes has given to law enforcement, particularly remarks about her relationship with Mr. McIntyre that would be essentially 404B conduct, in the sense that she has implied that Mr. McIntyre and Ms. Reyes' relationship was not fully consensual, that she felt forced or coerced into being with him. And I believe that in light of that, the extent that the 2025 dump may contain material that would be impeaching to Ms. Reyes on that matter. Because Ms. Reyes' phone, I don't believe, has been imaged or dumped in this case. And so there are several different aspects of this where a remedy that just says, let's isolate these few things from the 2017 extraction in PDF form and we'll only let the state use those things, doesn't fully cure the problem of the untimely discovery production, because it also has this component of we can't go back and vet the contentions that they make, and we have not been able to make meaningful use of the phone to go and vet the contentions that Ms. Reyes made in that transcript that we just received this year. So I understand that the court was hoping that that remedy might split the baby in some way.
No, I was not having any hope to anything. I'm just here to listen to both arguments. I have no hopes, no dreams with regards to whatever arguments either side is making. I'm just here to listen to your argument and make a ruling. Whether you all agree with the state's proposal to exclude the information from January 2025 to February 3rd, 2025, that's completely within the state's purview if they want to do it. It appears that the state is saying, court, we don't need you to rule on the January 28th, 2025, February 3rd, 2025 information, because we are going to exclude that and not use that. So whatever you all have reached an agreement to or whatever.
There is no agreement.
All right, so there you go. So the state has said that they have no intention to offer the January 28, 2025, February 3rd, 2025 information that you all say that you've received, and that information is information that's additional from the information that was received in 2017. Is there anything else?
We would ask the court to exercise its discretion under Heath and exclude the entirety of Mr. McIntyre's cell phone in either version from the trial of the cause pursuant to Article 3914, the Due Process Clause, 5th and 14th Amendments, Brady versus
She said, I have no hopes and no dreams.
And Heath and Watkins.
All right, state.
Judge, they've had the 2017 dump
judge
since at least 2018 by their own stipulation. And so I, just to make this process go on faster, agreed to exclude the 2025. I mean, if they want the 2025 stuff in, I'm fine with that. But, I complied with, especially the 2017 version, it was turned over pursuant to Brady and Heath in a timely, reasonable manner. When the case and dump occurred in 2017, it was given to them back in 2017, and so I believe that we should be able to use that.
A cell phone with that much material on it and a 4,000-page report that describes the material on it cannot be said to be timely produced if it's produced a month and a half prior to the date of trial's commencement. The previous version of this thing was unusable, and I want the court to be aware, if both versions are allowed in the course of this, and no matter how the court rules, the problem that the state's going to have is, when we look at how the images exist on the 2017 version, they're little postage stamp size thumbnail images along with a code descriptor of where it is on the file location. But that's not what they want to offer. They want to offer a blown up version of the photograph, but they're not using the 2017 version to make the blow up of the photograph. They have to use the 2025 version because that has enough pixels to actually enhance. So even if they say that the content that they're using is from the original dump, that's not accurate. They're going to have to use the 2025 enhanced version of it in order to make an exhibit that you wouldn't need a jeweler's loupe to be able to look at in the course of publishing it to the jury. And so they can't separate these things out. The bottom line is that if they were going to make use of this forensic material in a forensic way for trial, that should have been done at some juncture other than in 2025 for this trial date.
All right, so is there anything else from the defense?
Only that they can access this material, which what we are going to get from 2017, we cannot. It's just like a sheet of paper. There's no way to access the when you see the thumbnail, they were able to go into it and look at it. We still can't, even with the 2025. And we certainly couldn't with the paper. You can't do anything with that. It was PDF.
All right. So, this is the court's ruling. The court is finding that the giving of information on January 28, 2025 through February 3rd, 2025, that's in addition to what was given in 2017. The court is going to find that that wasn't untimely given. By the defense's own admission, they didn't give the information to their experts till a month after that information was given to them.
Come on, defense.
The court is finding that the information given in 2017 was not untimely because here we are in 2025 and that information was given to the defense, according to the defense, in 2017. And based upon the argument by the defense stated that it was their strategy to not say anything about the thumbnails that they could not see, and that was their strategy. This is what the court is going to do. Because the state is saying that they are not going to use and will not use the additional information that was given to the defense on January 28, 2025 to February 3rd, 2025, I'm going to hold the state to that, and I'm going to exclude that because the state is agreeing to exclude that. But that information, the court is finding that it was timely turned over to the defense. But I will exclude it because the state is agreeing to exclude it. With regards to the data that was given to the defense in 2017, the court is going to find that that data was timely given. And the fact that the defense is saying that you would need a jeweler's equipment in order to see the data tells me that the data was available for viewing. With that being said, if you could bring the jurors in, please,
right,
and state, make sure your witness is available.
A couple of just housekeeping matters for the preservation of the record. In light of the court's ruling, we would re-urge the motion for continuance that we urged in preparation of the last setting. We would ask that the court give us additional time to be able to prepare this matter for trial and to be able to rely upon the 2025 disclosure data, because we anticipate that there could be favorable material in it, and so that we can make use of the metadata underlying the state's proposed exhibits from the 2017 data.
All right, motion for continuance is denied.
And Your Honor, lastly, with respect to the court's ruling this morning on our motion to suppress evidence, both under the Four Corners and under our request for a Franks v. Delaware hearing, we would request written findings of fact and conclusions of law.
All right, thank you. All right, let's bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury.
And Your Honor,
I feel like I should stand up.
About the
Oh, no, I remember that.
Here we go.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there was something that neither party spoke to you during voir dire, and I did not speak to you as well. During voir dire, that is the only time that the prosecutors or the defense can speak to you. So if they see you anywhere else and they don't smile at you, or you say hello to them and they don't say hello back to you, it's not that they're being mean or rude. It's just that they are not allowed to communicate with you during the duration of this trial. Does everyone understand? All right, thank you. All right, State, call your next witness, please.
State calls Elizabeth Adams.
Now, who is Elizabeth Adams? We're about to find out.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury can hear. If you could state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Okay. Elizabeth Adams, A-D-A-M-S.
All right, State, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, how old are you currently?
I'm 49.
And do you currently live in San Antonio, Texas?
I do not.
Okay, where do you live?
I live just north of Houston.
Okay, and did
what's
you
your
formerly
address?
live in San Antonio?
I did.
Okay, were you born in San Antonio, Texas?
Actually, no, I was born in Houston, and then we moved, and then I moved back in 04.
Okay, did you
It
attend
does not
high
matter
school
how
in
old she
San
is.
Antonio?
That's
I
crazy.
did.
What high school was that?
Theodore Roosevelt.
Thank you. And are you employed currently?
Yes, I'm self-employed. I'm a real estate agent.
Hey, get it.
Now I want to talk to you about April 23rd, 2017. Do you recall what you were doing that day?
I do.
And were you in San Antonio, Texas on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you in San Antonio, Texas?
I was visiting my husband. He is a director of maintenance for an aviation company, and he would sometimes spend a week on, a week off here babysitting airplanes. And it just so happened that that was the weekend that was my last weekend to be with him, and then I was going home and he was staying, and he was staying at the DoubleTree. So we were just saying goodbye to each other, and I was going on my way.
Okay. And when you say he was staying at the DoubleTree, was that the DoubleTree located on McCullough and the access road of 410?
Yes, facing North Star Mall. Mm-hmm.
And is that located in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And at some point, did you end up in the parking lot of that DoubleTree hotel?
Yes, I was just getting ready to leave. We had loaded up my car, and I was turning around to give him a hug and a kiss, and just bidding our farewells for the week. And I was just getting ready to get in my car when it all happened.
Okay. And so when you said you were getting ready to give your husband a hug, and you referred to when everything happened, what direction were you facing?
When I gave him a hug, my back was to the mall.
Okay.
And I was distracted by a noise that was behind me, and it was like screeching. It sounded. It was a car, and That's when I turned around and noticed that there was this car, a black little car, was like braking and braking and braking, was going, braking, stopping. And it just looked chaotic for a second. And so it caught my attention.
And so when you turn around, that means that you are facing towards 410, looking towards.
At that point, I am facing the mall.
All right. And regarding this black four-door vehicle, you said you heard, you said it sounded chaotic. Is that how you described it?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And so did you take a look at that motor vehicle?
I did.
And can you please explain to the jury what you observed?
Again, the car was stopping and going in very short succession, just quick, and so it was like bouncing. And then, at first I didn't think anything of it. We just giggled. The Spurs game, there was a Spurs game happening. Fiesta was just winding up. So I just thought it was, somebody having a good time. We didn't think anything of it until I noticed that the car was stopped, but it was bouncing. And so I looked closer and I told my husband, I said, I don't think they're kidding anymore. Looks like they're beating up the guy in the middle of the back seat. And so being nosy, I just stood there watching, and I just couldn't, we really just couldn't really understand what was happening until the door swung open and somebody was yelling, help me. And then the door would slam, and then the door would open again, and you would hear them screaming. And then I heard, don't shoot him here.
Objection, hearsay, confrontation.
All right, if you'll lay the foundation.
Well, Judge, I think
Lay the foundation, lady. Did you hear anything when he opened the door?
Okay, and so when you heard that statement that you just said, without repeating it, what was the demeanor of the people that were inside of the car?
They were still hitting him.
Okay, and so was it like a high stress situation?
Yes.
Okay, and you described it as chaotic?
Yes.
Okay, and so then what did you hear?
I heard that, and it frightened me, because when I looked closer, I noticed that the passenger in the front, who was wearing a white shirt, was holding a gun. And that's when we backed up a little. We took a couple of steps back.
Who was holding the gun?
From that issue to what's been visually observed, I just renew my objection. If they're abandoning trying to lay the foundation, I'd ask for an instruction, since part of the answer was given.
That was sustained. You're going to disregard what was said.
Motion for mistrial.
Denied.
Motion
All
for
right,
mistrial.
and so who were you able to get the best look at in that?
I always think it's interesting when these witnesses have, whether it's against the defense or the prosecution, they have a preconceived notion about whose side they're on. Because she's looking at him, shaking her head already. She doesn't like this guy just because he's objecting. Let the man do his job, lady. Dang.
Black motor vehicle.
The person in the front seat that was holding the gun.
Okay, and you said what color shirt was that person wearing?
He was wearing a white t-shirt.
Okay, and you had previously described this person as a Hispanic male, is that correct?
Yes, okay. But again, the car was just moving, it was bouncing. So everybody just looked brown to me.
Okay, and so when you described that front passenger seat,
that shouldn't make me
I guess
laugh
as far
out.
as the person that was in the front passenger seat skin tone, would you be able to describe their skin tone and their tone of hair?
Yes, they were. It seemed to be, if I said they were Hispanic, it was like they were darker, a little bit darker, and they had dark cropped hair.
Okay.
So basically, she said.
And regarding that front passenger, were you able to tell anything about their size?
Yes. The way that they were sitting, it's like their head was not, it didn't go too far past the headrest, and seemed to be very, very skinny, just very thin.
Oh.
Very, like a smaller stature. So.
All right, and you said that front passenger that was wearing the white shirt, did have a handgun in his hand, is that correct?
He did.
And did you see him do anything with the handgun?
Yes, it was the way he was pointing it, and he just looked nervous, but just kept going back and forth.
Okay.
Holding it.
And so I guess you were using your right hand, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did that passenger have the firearm in their right hand?
Yes.
Okay. The person that was in the back, well, I guess, did you observe that front passenger doing anything in the back seat?
No, he stayed in the front seat the entire time.
Did you observe him turn around?
Yes, he was like turning around. It's almost like he was turning around to find the best position.
That is leading.
Whenever an attorney makes an objection, I just need you to stop speaking because I need to rule on their objection that they made, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
No problem.
She's like, I know what I'm
Ask
doing.
your next question.
May I have a ruling, Your Honor?
The objection is overruled.
All right, so you stated the front passenger, he stayed in the front passenger seat, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Physically, is that what you mean?
Okay, so when I say that he's staying in the front seat, it means that he didn't jump to the back. That's what I mean by that. But there was a lot of movement in the front seat
attitude when
he was holding the gun. So it was like he was just trying to find a better way to do whatever it is that he intended in doing.
All right. Did you see the front passenger interact with that person that was being beat up in the back seat?
Yes, because he turned around to look at him.
Okay. Did he ever point the firearm at him?
I don't recall that part.
Overruled.
And withdraw.
You don't recall?
Pointing at him, no.
Okay.
He just had it up the entire time.
Okay. What happened with the person that was in the back seat that was being beat up on?
Okay, so as I said, the car door kept opening and closing, opening, closing. At one point, he jumped out of the car, and then I want to say he jumped back in, and then he jumped out of the car again and jumped on the hood of the car and was holding on. And it's at that point that the car took off.
Okay, did you see what direction the car took off in?
Well, they remained on the access road, and you could hear them squeal off into. It's like they went right into the next parking lot because I could hear it. It's right here next. It was like next to us.
All right, and then after you hear it screech off, did you hear anything else?
Yes, I heard 3 gunshots.
And then what did you do at that time?
I was calling 911.
All right. Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 8, which was entered yesterday.
Yes, granted.
Bouncing, beaten, and brown. Dang.
San Antonio Police, this is Howard. Do you need police, fire, or EMS?
Police, please, and probably EMS, I don't know.
What's it for, Mom?
There's somebody just got shot. I think somebody just got shot. They're right here in the Best Buy parking lot on 410.
Where at 410?
And San Pedro, like McCullough, like right after the McCullough exit. We can see them fighting in the car. He kept telling somebody, help me, and they had a gun on him, and they were trying to get him out of the car. I don't know what was going on, because I'm sitting in my car kissing me, but I think they shot him, or they fired shots or something, and they're right there in the parking lot.
Did you hear shots?
What?
Did you hear any gunshots?
Yes. The guy in the front seat. It was a Ford. It was a black Ford.
Is it still there?
Okay, so she was the one that
I don't
called.
know. I'm in one parking lot and they went into the other. right after the McCullough exit, where Doubletree is. There was like the parking lot next to that.
You said it was a Ford?
Yes.
Blue?
I'm sorry?
What color is it, blue?
No, it was black.
Black?
Yeah. There's 2 male passengers in the front, and there were like 2 or 3 male passengers in the back seat. It was a car full of guys.
Okay, and it says 410 where?
410 and right after the McCullough exit. It was directly across from North Star, right after the Doubletree Hotel at Hilton.
Okay, I'm trying to find it from where you're at. So it was near 410 McCullough?
Yes. In the car parking lot, right there, you know?
What was the name of the store that happened in front of?
What was the name of the what?
What was the name of the store that happened in front of?
Right here in front of the Doubletree by Hilton.
Okay.
Right here at the intersection of McCullough and right here on the highway.
And you could hear this person yelling for help?
I'm sorry?
You could hear the person yelling for help?
Yeah, I heard him yelling for help. It was very funny. At first I thought they were kidding.
Okay.
And he was like, they were like, no, get the fuck out of the car, get the fuck out of the car. He's like, no, 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 no. And then all of a sudden he's like, somebody help me, somebody help me. And then he's like, don't shoot him here. They said, don't shoot him in here. And then when I looked, I saw, because at first I thought they were joking, but then.
Did she say, don't shoot him here or don't shoot him in here? Because she changed it. Interesting.
Like, somebody help me, somebody help me. And then he's like, don't shoot him here. They said, don't shoot him in here. And then when I looked, I saw, because at first I thought they were joking, but then I looked, and sure enough, the guy in the front seat had a gun and he was pointing it at the guy, and he's like, no, no, no. And then he jumped on the hood, and he rode on the hood of the car all the way on the access road, and then they pulled into the Best Buy or Con parking lot, whatever, the next parking lot over, and then I heard the gunshot.
Yeah. Okay, I have it.
Okay.
Just because it's been called in. Okay. On to that now. Do you have any other information on it?
No, that's it. Just know that it was a little black four-door car and a bunch of car full of boys in there, and I don't know what the story was. But
Do you want to leave your name?
Sure. Elizabeth Adams.
And your phone number is at 832-948.
All right, Miss Adams. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the 911 call that you made on that day?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. And regarding the passenger that exited the back seat of that black vehicle and got on top of the hood of the car, did you, based on the observations that you made, did you perceive that he wanted to get out of the car, or what did you perceive was going on?
I got the impression that he just did not want to give his car up. Kind of seemed like, but he wanted to get out, but he wanted his car.
Your Honor, to speculation.
Sustained.
Ask the jury to disregard that answer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're to disregard the last answer.
Motion for disregard.
Denied.
We passed the witness, Your Honor.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon,
Here
ma'am.
we
How
go.
are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Just a few questions for you. You didn't actually see someone firing a gun, correct?
Nope.
Okay. And you said you were at the Doubletree?
Yes.
And you were standing out in front of the building, or were you in your vehicle?
On the side, there's a parking lot, and my car was parked there, and I was going to get in, but hadn't done that yet.
He said
Okay.
motion
You
from
right
this side
beside your
twice.
car?
Yes.
All right. If you could give us a sense, how many feet from where you were standing to where you saw the vehicle?
Let's see. It's like from here, let's just say from here to way before that wall. So it was close. It was a lot closer. Maybe behind you guys. That the divider.
The bar that divides the gallery from the well? That
Maybe.
would be kind of what you're thinking?
Yeah, maybe,
Okay.
yeah.
You indicated that on the call we heard you say that all the people in the vehicle were Hispanic. Right, you heard that on the recording?
She said they were brown.
Yes.
So when you were being questioned by the prosecutor about it, you also mentioned that you had indicated that you believed they were all Hispanic. You also said something like the car was moving and all I saw was that the car looked brown to me. Do you recall testifying to that a moment ago?
No, the car is black. I
think what you probably meant was that the people in the car all looked brown to you. Is that what you meant?
Yes.
Okay. You seem to have some hesitancy when she asked the question. Have you met with the prosecutors in anticipation of your testimony in this case?
Yes.
About how long ago?
I mean, just before trial.
Did they ask you if there were any African Americans in the car?
Yes, but I think that was like a while back, like when all of this started to finally come to trial.
Okay, thank you. You indicated that the Hispanic person that you saw in the front seat of the car had cropped hair, short hair, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You indicated that the person did have a pistol, but you saw that the pistol's barrel was pointed at the ceiling of the vehicle at all times that you saw it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. You heard some things that people were saying, but you didn't hear everything that was being said inside of the car, right?
Correct.
Windows of the car were all rolled up as far as you could tell?
Yes.
All right. And at one point you indicated that you weren't sure if they were kidding or if this was a fight until you watched it a little longer.
Right.
Can I approach the reporter for a moment?
Yes.
Uh-oh. They trying to impeach this lady too?
Oh, it's right here.
Yes, States 3. One moment, Your Honor.
Y'all smell that impeachment?
Your Honor, permission to publish States 3.
Uh-oh.
No objection. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
It's
you're-
admitted.
Thank
It's
you.
already in evidence. And so just so the attorneys are aware, if something is already into evidence, there's no need to request the court whether or not you can publish it.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. Old habits die hard. So.
This is all I see in here. Can y'all
Now,
see it?
I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence in States Exhibit 3. If I were to tell you that this building right here where my finger is pointed is the Chick-fil-A over in this general vicinity, can you give us a sense of where on the map the DoubleTree is?
I'm assuming this is the DoubleTree. Is that?
Let me approach you so I can see what you're pointing to, and then I can confirm with you.
Let me see. Well, wait, I guess
All
this
I see
is the
is Mr.
DoubleTree
Brady.
because that looks like the hotel.
Okay. Okay. So, so I'm correct. You're saying you think that this is the DoubleTree?
Mm-hmm.
This may be a different hotel. It was renamed. Okay, so this is the hotel you believe that you were out in front of?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're talking about the altercation having taken place somewhere in where these cars are here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but did you actually see the car go into the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
No, because
nobody saw
you
them
couldn't.
drive in.
I want to say there was like a car or something here. I don't know. Something was here.
Okay.
Because I did it, and we were scared. I stepped back and I just was
She's talking too much. Answer the
focusing
question.
on grabbing my phone at that point when he took off on the hood, I believe is right when I was like, this is crazy. I've got to call this in. This is nuts.
Okay, but you called in after you heard the gunshots.
Yes, I guess.
Okay, because you talked about gunfire in your 911 call, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, you got to wait. They don't answer right away. I was waiting for a second, and everything's transpiring as
she doesn't know what
as it's going.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just trying to get a sense of the timing. I just understand. Could you give us a sense where your car was parked, if you could guess? I mean, I don't want you to guess, but approximately where in this parking lot would your car have been parked in relationship to the roadway?
I wanna say that, I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. So it was probably like around like right here, because I was very much in line with about the third car like this. This is
okay.
Yeah. And so I was about right here.
If you need to step into the well, if it's easier for her to point off on the equipment there.
I was just going to point for her and see if she agreed.
Step down. You can step down and use that screen, because I don't believe the equipment is working on that screen for you to point and mark. So if you all would like, and if it will be easier for the jurors to see, if you want to step down and use that.
Come on down. If you could just please point to where you were pointing on your monitor.
So I was.
I'm sorry, make sure you keep your voice up, because the jurors still need to hear.
Okay. I was in one of these parking spaces here.
And brown lady all over the place
Right
with
here,
their
'cause
testimony.
I was like almost in line with this third, like the third car back. I remember that very vividly.
Okay, so to be clear, your car was not parked in those parking spaces that are directly facing the oncoming traffic. It would have been the next
Right
row
here.
of cars, or maybe the row after that.
This one.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
So stop biting your nails.
I'm done with the camera.
Yes, I'm done with the camera thing. And you testified that you saw a bunch of guys in the car.
Yes.
You didn't see any women in the car.
No.
Okay.
This is a terrible witness.
No further questions, and excused by state.
Excused by defense.
All right, the room has been invoked. That means that you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone while this trial is proceeding. All right, and just make sure you remove the microphone. Yes, thank you.
I don't know about this one, y'all. This lady didn't know what was going on. She said they was all brown. There were guys in there. They were all guys. Well, we know the other lady said that there was a female in the front. She didn't know what was going on. I don't know about this witness. Y'all let me know what you think in the comments in the chat. All right, y'all. We're going to take a break until tomorrow morning. We're going to review the rest of this tomorrow. I know y'all want to get back into it. Thank you to everyone that's been in here showing major love and support. If y'all haven't yet, subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you don't miss any time that we go live or drop a new video. Y'all know we'll be dropping some throughout this afternoon and going into tomorrow as well. I appreciate y'all. Hope you all have a great rest of your afternoon. And as always, you know what to do. Keep growing, keep pushing, keep it classy. We gone. Peace.